Welcome to the stream. Returning once again to entertain with my wit and utter humiliation, it's time to watch your favorite Canuck fail. So sit back on your Chesterfield, crack a brewski, and grab your poutine. For today we join together in peace, harmony, and a whole lot of ass-fuckery. Now, it's time to crank up that energy, so bring it on. Hype it up, pass it around, and put it in the chat. Let's hype this motherfucker up. Hell yeah!
Begin.
I don't even know why I bothered with the intro, considering it's not a normal day for streaming for me. So, like, none of my regulars are here. But whatever. Whatever, it's just fun to do. Alright, we're gonna do some D&D stuff today. We're gonna do some nerd stuff. Let's do some nerd stuff. Okay, so I've got a couple of plans today. So let us bloop, show my desktop. Go to here. Beep. Love having the touch interface. So nice. Okay. Actually, I can bring up all the extra shit to chat. Do we want chat? Yeah, I think we do. I didn't bring up the music thingy. You know what? That's fine. You'll live without. So today, I think we're going to do some world building on the campaign setting. Partly because my players are now playing in the campaign setting, and there's still like a billion things I need to do to like continue this. I also want to kind of like, I don't know, I think I want to restructure where everything is. We'll see how hard it is to restructure if I just want to type everything in. Part of the thing that's inspiring me to do some world building today in World Anvil was due to the fact that I found the thing that will not open. Come on, Google. Okay. This, like, pretty good, actually. Some of the stuff kind of like sort of goes over each other. But it was posted on, I forget where I found it, somewhere on Reddit. But it seemed like a really good sort of flowchart pipeline for doing world building and stuff like that. I was like, this is a really good thing to plan. I like this. So yeah, I'm probably gonna pick a branch. I mean, I've already done a fair amount in the population branch, but I'm thinking I should start maybe with a little bit more of the geography stuff, kind of get the world itself going, and then because I got a rough idea on some of the history stuff and people stuff, get the world itself going, and then we'll go into population and history. After that, I've got some other plans as well. Today I also wanted to start working on I've had an idea for a Dungeons and Dragons class. Now, for anyone that's watched any of our live games or any of our other stuff, you know that I've already got a lot of custom things that I can lock these, a lot of custom things that I've been working on in our campaign setting. I've basically been working on a homebrew book I've called Podley's Opus of the Esoteric. Podley was sort of a character, actually was a follower of a character, but everyone just loved him too much. So I've got like a ton of subclasses and stuff I've already been working on, and I've got races and things like this. Well, I've had an idea, and actually I've already made my own classes. I've got like a non-magic trapper ranger, but more importantly, I've got a summoner that everyone's really liked. But I've got an idea for a class that I really kind of want to tinker with and try out. Princess Brat! Hey, it's yeah, I haven't been streaming as much, and I'm trying to get back into it. So we're just gonna have a day. I'm gonna do some like nerd stuff. Actually gonna mute myself on Discord in case the other nerds end up showing up. Yeah, I'm just gonna have like a day of just chilling nerd stuff, getting back into it. I've only been doing the streams for the actual games lately. I haven't been doing as many like actual like video game streams per se. So yeah, and I might do some map making as well today. Yeah. I am super happy as yesterday. Let me move this shit. I finished off a new map yesterday because I'm making all these micro dungeons basically for our Dungeon Slug campaign, and pretty happy with this map. I think it turned out pretty good. I think it looks pretty swanky. Unlike the normal dungeons, which are like deep underground and stone, this is like a trapped bit of nature. Although I should have added, looking at it now, I probably could have added more bushes and plants. I think before I release like a package of downloadable maps, unlike my Patreon or some shit, I'll probably put it back in and add some plants and stuff. But yeah, no, it looked. I think it looked pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. For anyone interested, we were not able to live stream our Forgeland session the other night, which sucked. All the sucksores. Technical difficulties. Then one of my players said, oh, well, I'll record it and then we can upload it. And then his computer crashed and he lost the recording. Okay. So if anyone's interested, I made it's like 17 minutes long. I made basically a recap video. And I don't know if it does well enough. Maybe I'll just keep doing recap videos as well as the live streams, because people were like, they liked the shorter format. Just showing off things about the campaign. The players are exploring around. They're starting to explore their local terrain. They've even started making their own notes and stuff. So that was pretty cool. They're doing their thing. All right. You know what? I think I'm gonna break in today, but I'm gonna do a little bit of map making right off the bat. I think we're just gonna break in, do a little bit of artsy stuff, and then we're gonna get heavy with some of the world building. So one of the main things I've been doing map making for. Go here. Nope. Here. Yeah. So I was making. I've been making like just general like terrain encounter maps. Like here's like generic forest number 1, and then like generic forest number 2. So I've just been making all these like random generic encounter maps. I think I was making them 40 by 40. So I think I'm going to do that. I like the mountain ones. They turned out pretty good. This one's not, I don't know. I was making generic maps, but I put a lot of story into this one. There's like dead things. That's up to the person that uses it. So yeah, I think we're gonna do that, because looking at Forgelands, like I've still got a lot. Like I've been making some forests, I'm making some plains, some mountains. We still have like desert, arid shrubland, swamp. So we've got some terrains we want to do, and I want to do a few more maps also for the ones we've already done as well. Yeah, I got to do the snowy. I mean, up here us in the wintry hellscape. Although right now it's a nice balmy, I think 7 degrees. It's a super warm 7 degrees above. Oh no, it's gone up to 11. That's shorts weather. I'll tell you what. So yeah, let's do some mapping. Man. What kind of music do I want? Do I want hippin' and happening string music, or do I like RPG, like fantasy music shit? We're gonna stick with the hippin' and happening. I gotta wake up. It was a late night last night. Yeah, so Princess Brat, what's up with you lately? I've basically been fairly unplugged lately, so I've not been catching anyone's streams really. which is unfortunate. That, and for some reason I never get notified when you're streaming, and I don't know why. I wanted to, just doesn't tell me. Yeah, 40 by 40 looks like what we're doing. All right, let's do desert. I haven't done any desert maps. I'm not even sure how good of a sand texture I've got, but we'll find out. Terrain. Let's see what we got. So like, we've got like this sand, which actually right off the bat's not too bad. I might even just do this and then add like shadows for dunes. We'll see. I want them to fix this part so bad. Like I just gotta like scroll. So this is sand. I got a couple of sands here. That one's not as pleasant to look at. I don't like the color as much. That one's too gritty, I think. I've been streaming and working, nothing too exciting except that I bought a Tesla. Oh, I'm kind of jelly. The girlfriend and I want a Tesla. That's pretty awesome. Oh, we should do like the cracked dirt thing at some point. Oh, yes. Sand A. Excuse me. No, I like the other sand better. I like this sand. This is a pretty good sand. Let's get some, now we'll get some cracked dirt. Yeah, I'm pretty jelly. Well, not jelly, I'm envious. How about this one? Is that too dark? Is that too dark? Which Tesla model did you get? Oh, you got the 3? No, you don't gotta wait for it to get delivered. You just gotta wait for it to come to you. That's like everyone's first thing is like bringing it to a parking lot, going to the other side of the parking lot, doing the hitting the button and being like, "Come to me, car." Yeah. Oh, this one. Is that too light? Yeah, you know what? I actually am gonna go back to what I was just using. What about the the default's way too no, honey, no. Yeah, we're gonna stick with that. We're gonna stick with that. Okay, what else do we want here? Maybe some dry dirt. Maybe some dirt. I'm about to be so extra with it. My friend is already telling me I'm her bestie with the Tessie. That's fucking awesome. Yeah, we've wanted so bad to switch over to at least a hybrid, if not a Tesla. But the thing is, our current car is doing really well, and we can't afford to just switch over willy-nilly just because we want to. Like, we'd like to go electric. And in the if you live in a lot of Canada, you just can't go electric yet because, I mean, it's fucking Canada. Everyone's in the middle of nowhere, whatever. But we live in one of the most populated areas of the country. It's like we're roughly around the Greater Toronto region. So there's lots of areas. We can drive all over and we're fine for electric vehicles. We don't have to worry about charging stations or anything like that. PLF 0519, what up? Hey, how's it going? We were talking with Princess Brat and her brand new Tesla, which is pretty awesome. I had a dunes texture or some shit around here. I don't know if it was an overlay as a texture or if it was like a map. I don't know what. I don't want this song. I don't know what it is. Water? It must have been like an overlay Pattern shape. I swear I had like shadowy dune texture things. There's for snow. What are you? Pebbles overlay. Water, right? Water. These are all wood boards. What's you? Cavern-based seamless. Why do I never use you? You're actually not bad. I gotta start using you more often, I think. Ash falling. Mud-based seamless. Well, that one's got quite a bit of variance to it. I'm just excited because I finally got accepted into a campaign at Roll20, so I'm finally gonna get to play D&D for the first time. Oh, dude, yeah. I've been playing since 94, I think. And it's more than a game. It's a social activity. And like, it's great for kids. I've run games for kids and stuff before because you're learning teamwork. You're learning to mitigate social situations or deal with social situations, basic math skills that you want to get on the fly. Not that you got much to worry about, especially with 5th edition, not like the old days. Stuff like that. It's like, there's not many other games where you can sit down and be like, all right, we're gonna spend the next 6 hours constantly socializing with an intent, and it's gonna be awesome. I feel like Canada has more environmental friendly mindset than the US, so hopefully they'll expand more there. Yeah, a lot of people feel that. Our government, I'm not a fan with a lot of people are not a fan with our current government setup. They made a lot of promises, and they have not delivered on them. We are, I gotta say, we are a little more environmentally friendly, and as much as I sometimes complain about my country, apparently we're, for like quality of life and stuff, we are up there on the list. Here in Canada, we're like right up there. So I've been trying to play for years. I was supposed to be in a campaign in 2017 with some friends. That group had serious falling out. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, bud. And I was going to be in a campaign on Zoom last year, but the DM's grandpa died the day before session. Oh, fuck. Session 0, so that got canceled. Yeah, I could see why. Yeah. I mean, if you want more D&D goodness, I do. We're currently live streaming. We finished a Cypher campaign, but we're session 3 sessions in on our Forge Lands campaign that I'm running here. This is our Forge Lands campaign. So feel free, come and join us on Thursdays at like 7 p.m. Eastern. Was it daylight savings time now? Standard time? Whatever. 7 p.m. I'm on the Eastern, North America. Yeah, we used to use Roll20, but ever since we went to Foundry, we've never looked back. Never looked back. And actually, it looks like my thing for my Discord just came up. If you're looking for other people to play games with and stuff, check out my Discord. Hey, Bad Hair Gaming, speaking of another role player. Hey, buddy, how's it going? Bad Hair Gaming is a pretty good role player. We just keep him around because we need that token black guy. That's it. We don't actually like him. This past election was my first time voting, speaking of the US, and I had to pick between the two biggest clowns ever. That's true with politics in general, though. You can never make a right choice. I swear I had dunes around here. You can never make a right choice. There's no right choice. You just have to make the choice that fucks you a little bit less. I swear there was some sort of overlay I had for dunes. What the fuck are they? Oh, morning, old man coughs. Am I missing them somewhere? I'm a terrible token black guy. I just love Mayo so much. Yeah, you're whiter than me on the inside sometimes. Oh, fuck off. Let's ban this. Bye bye, scam bot. None of my normal moderators are on right now. They know. They're like, his moderators aren't on. Come on! Because apparently they talk like that. That's how bots talk. I guess there's... I fucking thought there was Dune... Like, I had like a Dune overlay. I swear I remember there being one. I guess not. And wet mud. Well, shit biscuits. Alright, well, oh, unless... No, they're not paths, are they? I know there's the cliff paths. I guess I could just make... Out of the like, the shadows, I could just make dunes of my own. Yeah, I guess I'll just do that. Alright. Well, here, let's, Damn, I'm so used to auto-banning those bots. I clicked on it, I was like, why can't I kill you? Well, here, can I... You could become moderator. No, don't block you. Yeah, Bad Hair Gaming, I'm probably gonna make you, if you're okay with it, I'm probably gonna end up bumping you up to moderator at some point. Alright, let's do this. Let's do this. Yeah, we'll try. No, not fade. Bro. Ugh, it makes it all wavy and weird. If I fade it. That could work. Maybe. It could work. Yeah. I mean, we're usually there for each other's streams. I've got a shit ton of channel points in your channel. Only thing I've been spending it on is hydrate. More people. I don't normally stream right now. I'm surprised there's like anybody in the channel right now. My usuals would not be here. All right. We've been dicking around with this long enough. Let's figure out something to do here. Sandstone ones. So this cliff sand no. Oh, these are with shadow. That's why. See, they got that color. Maybe I do want to do the other sand just because it's gonna match the colors better. It's awfully like deep yellow though. Like what's with the one with the light rocks? How many rocks are there? Let's find. Oh, I want them to fix this. Scroll. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's pretty much useless to me. Yeah, dude. I wonder if my shout out thing works. Can I shout out the Bad Hair Gaming? Hey, it did work. It was like broken for a little while there. Assuming I didn't misspell you. Way of the Open Hand Goblin. Way of the Open Hand's definitely one of the better monk subclasses. There's some really good ones now, honestly. And I don't know, I don't think any of them are bad per se. Like, don't tell any of the like die-hard, you're gonna play in the game wrong type of people that you don't let them tell you that there's like a good one and a bad one, and as long as you have fun with it, who fucking cares? Yeah, bud. I made D&D Beyond profile. I misspelled my name, so I'm on there as Bad Har Gaming. Can you not change it? Okay, we're gonna do like a rocky outcropping, like, yeah. And then we're gonna leave most of this fairly open as sand. So let's say, like, under it is the type of time that you'd have like cracked dirt. Okay, sand. Actually, I should have did the normal dirt first. There we go. Then we can, let's see here. Pop, 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 pop. Okay. Clean it up a little bit. His name is Strack. His master went missing 15 years ago and he's searching for him. Nice. I am unfortunately not really in a steady campaign right now. I'm kind of the DM, the forever DM at the moment. I got like one buddy that kind of runs a campaign sometimes, but he's just not been feeling very good lately, so it's not really been happening. And happening. I have like characters I want to play. Like we do a thing called Dungeon Slug, which is we've made like a roguelike D&D thing, which is pretty cool. At least lets me roll dice as a player, which is really nice. But I would just like to play in a campaign where I get to play a long-term character. That's my dream. That would be nice. Excuse me. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the cliches sometimes. Usually cliches for a reason. Yeah, no, most characters tend to have that like edgier backstory. That's why one of my favorite characters to play, and apparently one of my like the people I play with favorite characters for me to play, his name is Sir Gallant. He's a paladin, not bright paladin. His wisdom and intelligence are bottomed right the hell out. And his backstory is that he has a loving mother and father who are both still alive. He came from a relatively moderately wealthy households, not rich, but very well off, that he had like a servant or two. And yeah, like that's it. He had nothing bad happen in his life. He just read stories about heroes and he's like, that's good. I want to rerun Strahd, but with more experienced players. Spot differences in decisions making between a fresh player and one with years under their belt. Well, we'll just have to figure out a time for you to do shit for me, eh? You know what? Let's find some sort of sandy brick or something. Say like maybe a half-covered area. What about these ones? They're awfully dark. That's not too bad. It's dark, but it still kind of works. Cobblestone. Those one. Flat stone. Doesn't really match what I want to do. Large flagstone. I think we're gonna go back to this. If we just kind of like do this a little bit, just show that there's something there. Okay, we'll fill in a little bit more, and then we'll cut a little bit of this in. And what we'll do is we'll end up doing some pillars, because like the desert map doesn't really have much on it. I'll have a few rocks here and there, but yeah. One of the many things on my list. I want to play a campaign or two before I try my hand at DMing, but when I do, I want to homebrew a campaign where I can implement a few storylines from pre-made campaigns, but have my own spin on them leading up to my own BBEG. That's pretty awesome. I gotta be honest, I'm not, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but I'm not personally very big on running pre-mades. All my adventures are always my own homebrew. Mostly because I like to really sort of adapt to what the players are doing, and I'm not so good at that and keeping track of someone else's decisions on what the adventure should be. So yeah, I'm not as good at the homebrew or at the non-homebrew. Just not my thing as much. They do work really well, and there's like some adventures, like Strahd was beautifully written, I thought. A little bit of dirt. What do you say? A little bit of dirt. Oh yeah, that looks good. Nope, I don't like that one. There we go. And let's put some pillars here to look like there's something here. Maybe we'll even put like a stairwell. Actually, I might not, because I like doing the stairwells separately on the map as I need them. Part of the reason I want to implement pieces from pre-mades early on is so I can at least have a baseline to start out with. Yeah, I get that. It takes a long time to sort of figure out how to balance encounters and shit. Because I'll let you know now. The challenge rating system, the CR system, is broken. It's no more than a very, very baseline. Don't follow it like it's gospel. It's more important to figure out what your players know what your players can do, basically. Yeah, we'll do this. I don't want it. Oh, yeah, sandier ones. No, maybe these ones. Yes. You want it bigger? Where's the squares? I do want it bigger. Like that. Say like one there. One there. There. Say there. Now let's assuming the sun is coming from, maybe it's like setting from the west-ish. The homeroom I'm planning on will have an absolutely nasty BBEG pipe. Another suggestion, don't plan for level 20. The average campaign, the campaign will end early teens at the latest. A lot of campaigns on average don't go past 12. And it seems weird. You're like, oh, everyone wants the high level shit, right? In my experience, most players have fun. Most players have the most amount of fun in the game between levels 2 and about 9. After that, it starts to become a little chaotic and stuff. That there's not every player, but there's a lot of players that just aren't as much of a fan of it. Let's see here. Let's get some overlays. So like plan the bulk of your content between 2 and 9, and Actually, I haven't released it yet. I've got a video coming up on how to adapt the monomyth or classic hero's journey to writing it in a campaign. I've got an old version of the video I'd done, which was badly recorded and crappy. But so I've like rewritten it. I've been re-recording it, and one of these days I'll get off my lazy ass and actually put it up on my YouTube channel. But I think there's a lot of classic writing techniques that I think a lot of GMs don't think of using. Like a first session of my campaign, my Forge Lands campaign, I used a classic writing technique where I started them out in medias res, which is like in the middle of the action. They started out, the very first scene was a chase scene where bandits are shooting at them, and they're in a wagon with an NPC the players don't know yet, and all of this shit is happening. And then when they finished the action scene, then I did a classic writing technique of, well, how did we get to this point? Let's rewind for a second, shall we? And then I rewound them to what turned out to be literally a month earlier. And they sort of played out meeting the NPCs and figuring out where they're going to go and stuff like that. There's a lot of classic writing techniques I find a lot of GMs don't employ that I think can kind of boost things up. So I'm slowly going to be generally check out my YouTube channel, because there's a lot of good, hopefully good advice on there for being a GM. Why is it really? Oh, because I have grow and shrink on. Toy. There we go. If I do, actually, if I kind of want to do, so if I do fade and do it like this, no, I'm just going to take the snap off. This will help me make it sure it is right direction. Shadows. Oh, a lot of read there. They just dropped the Making of Chungle Down Bim on Dropout last week, where Brennan tricked one of his players into starting on his character's arch nemesis. I want to do that with a BBEG. Just theorycraft a bad guy while shoot the shit one day and then throw it at them at the end of the campaign. Yeah, I've gotten lucky. I've managed to get some BBEGs off pretty successfully in the past. I've had some that the players have hated and loathed, and it made me so happy. Okay, well then my idea would be very impossible at that level, because I was like planning for a wave 1 to be like 2 or 3 beholders. Wave 2 being a dragon sorcerer, and wave 3 being a homebrewed god of chaos. Oh my gosh. I mean, there's nothing saying you can't do it. It's Dungeons and Dragons, dude. You can always try. Helps if I do it underneath it. There we go. You know, I want a little bit more on this side. We're gonna double this up, but just like some of it. That is a nice shadowy bit there. And actually, I am going to do one above. Just like right here. Did the line thing. Below level 18, that's TPK. Yeah, probably. I mean, any one of those encounters, they can probably handle them solo. Like you're gonna be surprised how what crafty play, especially if they're an experienced player, what they can handle. God damn it! Stop! They're on good old TBK. That's the goal. Kill them all. Yes, best DMing advice ever. Don't worry about storyline. Don't even worry about them having fun. It's you versus them. I hate that there's this weird recording thing. Fuck it, we're working with it. We're just going. I just kind of wanna darken this shit. There we go. It just darkens it so it wasn't popping too much. It was. And I didn't like that. Fuck, I mean, it's just like a plain desert map. I mean, I guess a few rocks or something, eh? There's not much else I can really do. Digboo! I don't know if I pronounced that right and I felt dirty saying it, but Digboo, welcome to the channel. Down bar. Yeah, my goal as a DM is to one day not be the DM. Isn't kind of the goal of every DM? Be like, inspire my players enough that they will run this shit for me. Now, don't get me wrong, I love being the DM. If I have to pick a chair at the table I prefer the most, it is the DM chair. I've been DMing for so long that unfortunately for anyone that DMs for me, I'm a bad player now. I've got to actually learn better habits. I like the most methods players because they like to metagame their book knowledge and they think they can get away with it. I'm pretty lucky, with the exception of a couple of players, which I will not name, that I have. The vast majority of my players are pretty good about not like metagaming real life knowledge or anything. Yeah, PLF, thanks for stopping by there, bud. Hopefully we will see you again in the future. Once again, stop by Thursdays. That's when our live stream is, and you can see we're almost all experienced players, and it's some pretty good shit. It's some pretty fun shit. And check out the YouTube videos. This is the recap that happened. Our bard tried to charm a dragon and was shocked when he failed, not knowing that I've given dragons resistance to charm. Yeah, see, that's the thing, is you, once again, don't go by the book. But fuck going by the book. I've got certain players, it's best if I don't go by the book. All right, well, what if I really wanted to do, I'm gonna try to do maybe a couple of dunes, but I'm gonna have to do it in actual graphics software. You know, I'm gonna have to bring this over to actual graphics software if I want to make like some nice dunes. Okay, let's save this first of all. We're gonna go encounter maps. This is gonna be Desert 1. No experience and don't own the monster manual. That's fine. You'd be surprised how many of the monsters you can get. Just look in the right places. Plus, if you have a group together and some of them already own the books on D&D Beyond, if any of them have the subscription to it, just get them to start a campaign. And anyone in that campaign has access to all of the content that anyone else in that campaign has purchased, as long as there's the person that started it was like a subscriber or whatever. We have that because although I own the majority of the books, there's a few that I don't that other people do, and we all just kind of like share. I won't be able to metagame. That's the golden time. I don't have any, no grid. I put the grid on in Foundry. Alright, whatever. Encounter maps. Desert 1. Yeah, we're gonna bring this over to Affinity and see. All I know about Dragon is what each element of the chromatics use. And even then, depending on the DM, dragons are not always color-coded for your convenience. Question, did you have to reject any players for one reason or another? And any advice finding a group that fits you? I have had to reject players for horrifying reasons before. Yes. Not too long ago, I was trying to put together like a streamers game, basically just like a D&D game of maybe experienced players, hopefully, but everyone was going to be a streamer. And I was interviewing some people to do this, and my gosh, there was guys, because like a couple of like I although I myself am not LGBTQIA plus etc. Alphabet warrior, I have a lot of friends and stuff who are, and I was big in the community as an ally and whatnot, and so I already had some players that are part of it, and I had people I was interviewing that were like, I don't want the gays in there, and we shouldn't even have any women in it because they just try to make it all like not fun, and I'm like, oh god. So yes, I've had some bad ones. I didn't even say anything, I would just like quietly make them go away. Later, PLF. As for finding a group, just join various communities on Reddit, my own Discord, because we've got like a bunch of groups in my own Discord. Just start joining communities. Start going around. Hey Blackburn, how's it going on, bud? Yeah, I'm gonna try using Affinity Designer too, because this map is just plain Jane right now. Let's see what I can do here. Let's see what I can do. How do I want to do this? I know how I want to do this. We're gonna do it like this. We're gonna like there's like the problem with these with programs like this is there's always so many ways you can do this. Been watching it for a few minutes, I'm already a fan. Hey, thanks, bud. You know what? Fuck it. It's just the desert map. I'll throw more stuff on in Foundry. I'm not doing that. Now for these, like, these are just like the generic encounter maps, because like if I go into Foundry here, like I have like some random encounter maps. So if like they're suddenly going to be fighting in the plains, I'll be like, look, you're in the plains. I even put in like the same spot. I just realized. Oh no, I had two of them. But yeah, this will just be like a road or something in between. Or, you know, if they fight in like deep forest, I'll be like, look, it's the deep forest. Just like a bunch of random ass maps. That type of thing. Good enough. Good enough. Bad Hair Gaming, if you're around, I am in channel if you wanna chit chat about the stuff. I was just doing one or two maps, and then I'm switching over to some world building and some class designing today actually as well. I have a class I've been tinkering around in my head with. Do you have alerts turned off? Do I? Also might be doing some DMing for Pot 8.0 and a few of the others from CF. Any tips? I haven't DM'd 5e before ever. I mean, I've got some tips on my channel. Watch my YouTube videos. The main tip I have is if you're nervous about it, fake it till you make it. Honestly, just like, and if you fuck up, that's fine. You're human. They're gonna realize, like, they're gonna be fine with that. It's not a big deal. If you give them something that you realize you didn't want to give them, for example, like say you gave them a bunch of magical items and you're like, oh shit, this is ruining the campaign. Your players are people. Just talk with them. Be like, hey, so I'm struggling with this. I'm having a hard time with this. Do you mind if we just like shake it up a little bit? I just change X that is giving me a hard time. Most players, especially experienced players, I find will be like, yeah, sure, whatever. As long as they get to play their character and have fun with it, they're usually okay with it. Let's do more of like a rocky terrain desert one, because this one, the sand one's kind of boring. We're gonna do one more map, and then we're gonna go on and do some design, some class design shit. Okay, so we still want some of the desert. We'll still stick with some of the desert. Okay, crack the dirt. You know what, we can, if we're sticking with that yellowy desert, we can do the yellowy cracked dirt. Oh, I want them to fix this part. Stupid. Hey, Ken, up watching your Forge Lands first episode. Was the push I needed to purchase Foundry. Best decision ever. Letting Roll20 go, thanks. Yeah, not a problem, dude. Foundry has fucking changed our lives. I think Bad Hair Gaming can also agree. I've like, my entire group has switched over because of it. The amount of things you can do with Foundry is redonkulous. Because there was let me show you something real quick. One that was kind of neat. An encounter I ran. I think it's still in there. It's in our old dungeon slug. Is there? We made like a roguelike as a backup campaign. Whenever we were running it. Yeah, this is our old one. That wasn't it. Ah, here it is. Yeah, so this was a hoot to run. So this whole dungeon, I think I killed almost 2 people there. I killed 1 person here. But this room in particular was a nightmare for them. I had a bunch of little dragon wormlings or whatever flying around. And it was, what did I use? It was the ones I forget. I was copper, maybe? I don't know. They had lightning. And they had like the push breath where they can knock you off things. And what it was is there's a pool of acid here. I don't know why my music keeps stopping. There was a pool of acid here that was like 10 feet down below. And then there was these platforms. And because of Foundry, you can do things like move a whole platform. And even if you've got, say, like a guy like moving around, he's like, oh god, I jump on the platform. When you move the platform, it moves the person with them. So I had these platforms like rotating around, which was really cool. So they're fighting on rotating platforms over acid while dragons are fighting them and like pushing them off the platforms and shit. Oh, Foundry, you're just so amazing. Such good shit. But today we're doing more things on Forge Lands. Yeah, unfortunately the live stream for episode 2 failed. I've got the recap on there, which I guess is a little easier to bite into. Yeah, unfortunately we had a issue with tech gremlins. We were fighting the tech gremlins hard that day. Something fierce. Most of the time I'm GM and the possibilities seem absurd. Well, one of the things, especially for new GMs, that I always suggest is like, if you have an area and you have a monster, that's not enough. What is more interesting? Like for like a modern campaign, for example, you enter a room or you enter a building and the terrorists are there. All right, roll initiative. Let's fight. Or you see the burning building, and through the window you see several terrorists. They have a hostage, and behind them is the beep 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 of the countdown of a bomb. And from up above you can hear the footsteps of backup. Like, okay, so now you've got a hostage you've got to deal with. You've got a bomb. The building's on fire, and you know that there's more that could show up possibly. This not only gives the GM more tools to play with, but it makes the players have to split their attention and figure out what the hell to do. Get my new PC stuff this week, hopefully. Less tech issues going forward. Oh, sweet, bud. Very sweet. I'm still saving up for like my camera and shit right now. That's what I'm saving up for. Quick, how's it going, bud? It's sand going on. Actually, you know what? Before we build that, let's get some rocks. Like some big like plateau rocks. Let's make this map a little more interesting, eh? Rocks. Let's something. These are boulders. Shadow off, please. You know what? Let's do this in this. All right. So what we'll do is take snap off first of all. Boop, boop. I don't like that one. There we go. There we go. Just a few rocks to give like cover or something else to do there. Yeah. See, now we can do the terrain because you want the terrain like sand. When sand comes in, and this always helps with the maps, when sand comes in, it usually blows in from one direction, right? Probably from the west-ish, most likely. So do this, then you like do the cracked earth, and like more of the cracked earth there. Be just like a little bit of sand, kind of like curls around. And this part you want definitely sandy, and then you just make a little bit of sand, but you got some like cracked earth showing. Let's just get some more sand. Yeah, we'll definitely have more cracked earth on this one. So yeah, I'm gonna do one more map, and then I'm gonna switch over and do some more nerdy shit with some class designs. I want to take, before we use it, I want to take one more look at my Advancing Wrath Barbarian. Just to make sure it does feel good for me, and then I'm gonna like officially endorse it, so to speak. And then I've got a class I want to work on, some world building using World Anvil. There, I've already got World Anvil up and at the ready, which is another really good service I've been using. One of the things I like about World Anvil is I've got a mod that allows me to pull a lot of the World Anvil stuff in. Wrong one. World info, racial info. So like I can pull in a lot of, you see how like there's like links here that are leading to World Anvil? It's because I've actually pulled these in. This is actually a World Anvil like page basically for something for my world, and as I update it on World Anvil, it'll update on any campaigns that I make for it, which is pretty awesome. It's helping me do my campaign planning. Well, the world building for my campaign world. Which I gotta admit, some days I'm still a little unsure on, but we'll see. I'll put you to the side. I keep checking you to make sure it's working, because I'm not sure I'm actually hearing anything from it when it works. My Discord's been kind of weird. Oh, speaking of a person, hello. I guess I am hearing things.
I always need to double check my settings before I jump into Discord, because it's like I clicked on it thinking it would come through my headphones. It's coming out of my speakers.
I wasn't even sure mine was working because normally it goes ding when you like switch your audio. It wasn't doing that for me, so I'm like, do I have audio?
You working on maps is making me want to continue working on the map I was working on last night.
Nice. Yeah, I'm finishing this one, and then I'm gonna do some rules writing design shit.
Hell yeah. I was playing The Binding of Isaac, and I was like, I want to make a map that resembles a Binding of Isaac map, just like room for room, right?
Yeah. Well, one of the things I had thought of doing, hey, the Weary Warlord, how's it going? One of the things I thought of doing for our roguelike, actually, you know what? I'm not doing anything in Forge Lands, just in case you need it, as well as a shout off. I might as well switch over to Dungeon Slug. One of the things I thought of doing for Dungeon Slug, since it's a roguelike D&D game as our backup, is just making a bunch of rooms, basically.
Yeah. And that's what I'm doing. That's essentially what I'm doing right now, except they're still like all connected. But like I drew out like on graph paper and mapped out rooms as I was playing the game to see what varieties I could get out of it.
Nice.
And then noted down the things that happened in that room. So like the first room I walked into was a fight and it dropped a heart. So I could translate that to a combat and health. And then the next room I walked into was a 3-wave room. So it was 3 sets of monsters, and then it had 2 treasure chests that dropped a couple simple things. Like in the game, it was a pill and a couple coins, which I can still do. And even the shop, like I have a little shop in there, as opposed to like the main shop that has just a couple of items that you can spend the gold that you're finding in the room on that. So maybe as opposed to like your regular gold, have it as a separate like just currency, like just a token that you find. You find 15 tokens and can trade them for this thing. That'd be
pretty cool. Yeah, the only reason I haven't done like a mid-game shop thing yet is we're always so crunched for time because the games are only so long.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's so many other roguelike elements I would love to do if the games were just that little bit longer. But fortunately, people gotta have fucking lives. Bullshit.
I'm also like, I even included like the hidden rooms and stuff like that because every floor has 2 hidden rooms.
Yeah.
So
well, you'll notice even in the I don't know how much you look through like the micro dungeons I have on there, but you know some of them even have there's like optional like hidden areas.
Little secret hideaways.
Because you can always change a wall into a doorway. Like if you decide not to use it, then it just stays a wall. Whatever.
Yep. So you'll see it this Friday. I think it's coming together pretty well. Once I finish it and populate it, like we'll look at it and see how well it functions. And of course, it also depends on the kind of slugs and anomalies that we pull for this week.
Oh god, we learned that one. Yeah, for anyone watching, so this is Dungeon Slug. Basically, when we're between campaigns, or if it's a day that someone is normally running but they can't, and our Saturday GM's been having some health issues, so he's had to take a few weeks off. So we've been doing it there. We've got this roguelike basically. And we've got like an overlord, which is like you see we have like a gelatinous cube salad overlord, a brain in a jar. Mine is Brosif Brogar, the Brobarian, stuff like that, silly stuff. And each person gets like a couple of character slots. There's a lot to it, stuff like that. But one of the cool things is we have these slugs, which are personal modifiers. And aren't those shadows a bit dark? I like to make them a little extreme on the shadows sometimes, especially if it's like in daylight. I like to give that contrast. But yeah, if we've got personal slugs, and then we have anomalies that affect the whole dungeon. We tried our first session of it last week, and the anomaly we got was divide and conquer, or divide we stand, or whatever it's called, where everyone starts in a different room. It went wonderfully terribly. Wonderfully terribly. Bro.
If we didn't have the amount of people that we had, you would have wiped us that session. Yeah,
because it went from me expecting like 3, maybe 4 of you to suddenly being like 8. I was like,
Yeah, almost. I think almost everybody showed up for the Saturday session as if it was still going on.
Yeah, I was not expecting that because I'm like, is anyone up for it? I got nothing. I'm like, all right, cool. It's just a few of you, and then all of a sudden everyone just showed up. I'm like, heavy breathing. Yeah, if we roll it, like say we roll. Oh no, anomaly. That's boring. Why did I roll it twice? Oh yeah, there's like a 5 chance. Anomaly, we're basically gods. First time ever any creature in the dungeon is brought to 0 hit points. It is instead polymorphed into a goldfish for 1 minute. If you get the reference, good on you. And if they die as a goldfish, they return to their normal form at 0 hit points, blah, blah, blah. So stuff like this. 8+ players, yeah. I mean, my normal Thursday game is 7 PCs. I run for bigger, trust me. I don't like as bigger groups online. In person, for the longest time, my game was 11 PCs, and I've run for bigger. Our problem, I know a lot of you have had the opposite problem. Our problem in our area is we have too many role players, and we're all like friends and know each other and shit.
And only a few people want to run games. And
only a few of us like are willing to be the DM with any regularity. Doesn't that suck? Yes and no. You get used to it, actually. I'm able to get through combats very quickly. I mean, my last Forgeland session lasted 3.5, maybe 4 hours. I got 2 combat encounters out of the way and some role-playing, plus they did some exploration. Without making it feel too rushed. You just kind of get used to it, and your players kind of get used to it. You gotta be on top of things. You gotta not let them hum and haw for too long. Like, we have one guy that he likes to get into the big long explanations of the spells he's doing and stuff, which is cool, and I support that. But if it's reaching the end of the night and we just need to get through the encounter, I'll just click next and say, okay, we're going on. We're just going. How do you get
mind it. I get a lot of book reading done on his turn, so I can't complain.
He's just like that. It's fine. You just get used to it. I mean, I've been playing, and I've been a DM for most of that time, since like 94. I'm old fuck. So yeah, I started when I was a wee one. Yeah, there's some really cool things, and then there's like the personal slugs.
Doesn't that just make it a board game? No, not at all. I mean, realistically, if you want to find out, if you head over to KedHup's YouTube channel, there are entire sessions of the Cypher campaign, which shows just how it does. I mean, even within 3 or 4 hours, you can pack in a lot of story and a lot of roleplay.
Like last session, you guys still managed to do 2 combat encounters, but you still had a whole area where you were role-playing with like the old guy on the farmstead in the field and haggling with him, saying like, we just want a bath, and he was like up on the roof with a crossbow aimed at you, but like it wasn't combat. He was just threatened because a group of adventurers came up to his random farm, and there was like a lot of roleplay and stuff going on.
Yep. Yeah, no, I mean, like 8 people seems like a lot in theory until you're actually sitting down at the table. And you got to remember that not every player is as outgoing when it comes. So like there are some players you'll have that want to tell you an entire novel, while there are others that will not say very much and kind of just stick to that quiet character. And that changes and evolves over time as you play and kind of get to know your fellow PCs a bit better from the player standpoint. And even as the DM, sometimes it's nice to just sit back and let your players go. You know what I mean?
I find that is one of the hardest parts a lot of new GMs make, is they want to constantly be like in there and dabbling and doing things. But if your players, especially if they're experienced, have started to go with it, just sit back, watch.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're a better DM if you're not doing anything, if the players are actively doing their own shit.
And in turn, it's also helpful to glean little bits just from their conversations that they have in role playing. You can take little tidbits that you can then use further in your campaign if you choose to. Maybe somebody drops a fake character that they just make up, like, oh, my wife, they pull out of nowhere. Then you have another NPC to work with. It's just that, sometimes letting them riff helps to inspire you in the same way. And I don't think that takes away at all, even if you have 8 players or more. You make it sound like a job, but it's kind of true. It is.
Well, there's a reason we call it herding cats. Yeah. But once again, your players, if you're smart, your players can do half the work for you. If you plan an encounter like a puzzle or a combat encounter or something they have to overcome, you should almost never plan how they resolve it. Just give them the problem. It's up to the players. I always tell my players, it's not up to me to fix the problems. I don't know how you're going to fix it. I just give you the problems. That's up to you. And generally my players figure it out, except when it's a door and you guys spend an hour and a half at a door. I still laugh over that. Hour and a half at an unlocked door because they thought it was a puzzle.
I don't understand.
Well, it's the way I described it. Like, some of them are kind of, the reason I did it is some of them are experienced and they're kind of stuck on their ways. So they had an expectation that it was a puzzle. Because I described the big stone arched doorway and it had like 6 circles in it. And it had, some of them had things already slotted into them and that had like designs on them, like a sun and a cloud and a thunderstorm. And there was some laying on the ground and they automatically assumed it was a puzzle. And an hour and a half later, one of them's like, can I just open the door with a crowbar? I'm like, yeah, go ahead and try. Yeah, it opens. There you go. He's like, was it unlocked the entire time? It was unlocked the entire time. That was, what was with the things with the pegs? I'm like, oh, they were just decorating the door and they never finished.
Oh my God. So my players this weekend with Van Richten's Tower.
Since more. Yeah.
I don't like, so I've created a party of murder hobos. Like, Barovia has forever changed all of these people.
Oh my. Okay.
So they get to this tower, and the way that the raw goes is there's a tower that's protected by a magic that you have to disable the door lock, or you can try and climb in a hole on the top side of the tower, but it's like a really rickety like ladder. Mm-hmm. And then there's a carriage outside that's locked and booby trapped. Well, they got into the carriage. They took some of the alchemist fire with them and then left the rest in there. They fought like a werewolf encounter where one of them was like the leader. They killed everybody off and kept the leader, put him inside the wagon, tied up, and re-booby trapped it. And then they went into the tower. Well, they rested overnight where he got out, failed his checks, and the carriage exploded. Oh. Yeah. And then one person managed to get in the tower while they left the rest of the PCs behind. There's an anti-magic field there, so none of them were happy about that either.
Oh.
Managed to climb up the chain, had to fight like an armor by himself. He ignored the treasure that was in there or that he could glean from there and just took a head that was in there that I didn't think had much purpose, but now is a really important artifact.
Like, this was nothing before, but now it is.
Jumps 60 feet. Like, totally fully taking the fall damage because he doesn't want to climb back down. He just wants to get the hell out of there. So he jumps 60 feet to the ground.
Awesome.
Yeah. And then I made them fight a young blue dragon that was supposed to be part of setting off the door trap because they completely ignored it.
One time I beat Glassstaff from the Mines of Fendelver game. Your charisma and a bottle of ink. The stuff you can do with random garbage in the bag can surprise you. Yeah, I've had players be super creative on that stuff. I mean, back in the day, like we had people figure out all sorts of things, like mirror image overcome with a rope. You just swing the rope around until it hits all the mirror images, or invisibility with flour. Just like flour. Now they're covered in flour. Not very invisible anymore, are they? Like, you'd be surprised how good mundane items can be if you're just smart with it. For sure. That's good enough. That's just random. These are just for like random encounter maps. Bag of marbles. Bags of marbles are always, or the ball bearings, always useful. Always useful. Desert 2. There we go. There we go. More random encounter maps. I still like the chase scene map. The fact that I blurred the sides to make it look like you were going like real fast and stuff.
Yep. It was a great intro. It's a great intro.
Working on this farmhouse. I didn't get to use this farmhouse or anything yet. Maybe one day. Yeah, I think everyone liked the intro. Once again, you gotta start the intro off decently.
Yeah.
It's kind of sets the mood for the campaign, right? Okay, all right. So I also want to do some world building today. Also, I want to do some brainstorming. So I had this ideas. Okay, so first of all, anyone that was not here earlier that didn't see this, I'm definitely using this to help guide me with my world building in the future. I really like this flowchart. This is pretty sweet. So I've like found it randomly on Reddit. I was like, this is really awesome. So I'm gonna be using that a lot more.
Oh.
Yeah. Really helps with the world building for me working on the campaign for Oris, which I'm working on. I want to get some things filled out. Actually, part of me wants to redo the main map. Like, I like the shape of the map, but I kind of like the way that the Forge Lands map turned out cosmetically better. So we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. But one of the things I wanted to do today is tinker around. First thing I want to do, of course, is I wanted to look at the Advancing Wrath Barbarian. We're going to go back to Forge Lands for a second. We are going to go to the Podleys subclasses. So before anyone starts playing an Advancing Wrath Barbarian, I just want to make sure I haven't broken this in a bad way. Alright, so Uncontrollable Rage. So in 3rd level, so no longer have a maximum number of rages. Ignore the increase in number of rages as you level. However, you can no longer enter it willingly, all that good stuff. Have to receive damage first.
I mean, given that a regular rage lasts 10 rounds anyway, it's not, by the time a combat is started and finished, it doesn't make too much of a difference.
Yeah.
For that.
Yeah, it's not as powerful as it seems, and it's a good. Yeah. And considering this plays up like I need this to be uncontrollable if it's the rest of the subclass works.
Yep.
And then no levels of Wrath, and then of course you get the other thing you get a third is Wrath, which is a long ass subclass feature, but I didn't know how to make it less long. So gain Wrath dice, starting with 0, starting on D4s. And whenever you receive damage from any source other than yourself or your allies, you receive +1 Wrath dice. You can spend Wrath dice to do things, or you lose them if you haven't not done the normal attacks. So you can spend wrath dice basically up your damage or to absorb damage. And then eventually if your wrath dice exceeds your proficiency modifier plus wisdom modifier, to that one I'm still trying to figure out if it's balanced or not. Basically, if you have too many wrath dice, you just go into a feral berserk state.
Interesting.
So you are no longer considered to have allies. All creatures and entities near you are considered enemies. Disadvantage on intelligence saving throws and ability checks, but advantage on wisdom saving throws. Because, I mean, try to get through to that. You can only use unarmed attacks, simple melee weapons, or simple weapons with a thrown property. Cannot use finesse property of a weapon. Hulk smash! Yeah, exactly. You will always attempt to attack the creature that hurt you last, unless doing so requires you to provoke an opportunity way to spell opportunity attacks. Go fix that. From others or harm yourself in some way. If no creature has hurt you within the last round, you attempt to attack the creature closest to you.
Like the spell. Oh,
basically,
what's that spell?
Not Crown of Madness. That's the one where you can designate, I think.
It is called Enemies Abound, I think.
Yeah, that sounds right. Something like that. Must always recklessly attack, unless you already have advantage on your attacks. Point 1 and 2 above. Basically, when you absorb damage or cause extra damage with your wrath dice, are always treated as if you spent the maximum allowed of wrath dice, but you only actually lower your wrath dice by 1. This is because it keeps you in the feral state longer, which can be dangerous for your friends. And you ignore all levels of exhaustion while in the feral state. So basically, I'm trying to figure out one thing right now: proficiency modifier and wisdom modifier together before you go nuts. And I'm trying to figure out in my mind if that's balanced or not. Because every time you are spending wrath dice on your turn, or possibly even as a reaction as well. But if you get hit a lot, you can go nuts real quick. Hey, Stilts, how's it going? Is it for proficiency? So let's think about it. So maybe you don't bottom out your wisdom. Maybe you decide your wisdom's going to be like your strength and con are obviously going to be up there. So say we do like standard array. So say you did your 15, 14 in your strength and con. So your 13's probably in your wisdom. So you probably have like a +1 wisdom, maybe a +2 by level 3, depending on how you worked it. Proficiency modifier by that level is 2. So you've got a 4 or 5 wrath levels. Well, you gotta exceed it. So like around 5 wrath levels. So after being attacked 5 times, assuming you haven't lowered your wrath dice by actually spending them, you'll just go nuts. That's not too bad, because you're probably spending them on your own attacks, plus you get 1 reaction around to lower damage.
Yeah.
So say you lower it by 2. Yeah, that's equivalent of like needing like 6 to 7 attacks to make you go completely nuts at low level. Yeah, I'd say that's not too bad. Because I don't want.
It's not bad at all.
I don't want to. Like, their rage is a little more powerful because you've got the wrath dice. So I want the risk of going nuts there, but I don't want it to be too risky. I'm trying to make sure that's balanced. Like I don't want them to never enter that state either.
I mean, the only way you're going to know if it's truly balanced is if you field test it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to have to get someone to field test it. Well, in Dungeon Slug, assuming my Barbarian lives, I was going to play that in Dungeon Slug as well.
Yeah.
Which could be absolutely horrifyingly bad for everyone else.
Everybody. Yeah.
Yeah. And then 6th level, I give him an extra reaction. So he gets an extra reaction every round.
Well, yeah, I mean, it ties perfectly into using your wrath defensively, right?
10th level, you grow in size, you become bigger. And at 14th level, didn't hear no bell. That's where I use that phrase. If the damage or effect were to bring you to 0 hit points, you can spend a wrath dice and be brought to 1 hit point instead. You can use this number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. That I'm wondering if that's too much. What's your proficiency bonus at 14th level? Let's see here. If I lose my druid on Thursday, I'll test your barbarian. Nice. Too far. So 14th level, proficiency bonus is +5. That's a lot of survivability. I'm not sure. It is 14th level.
Yeah.
But that's just basically ignoring a number of attacks. Like ignoring like 5 full attacks.
At 14th level, +5 is less than I thought it would be, to be fair.
Oh yeah? Because I can't think of anything else, like anything else that gives a similar ability in D&D usually just gives it like once or twice. Whenever you think of the, there's a type of cleric that gives it, there's a type of monk that gives it, the half-orc racial ability gives it, right away actually. But usually you only get it like once or twice. That's why I'm worried. I mean, it is sort of like the subclass's capstone ability, but their capstone ability is only at 14. And I don't know, I worry that's too much, because that is just, or I've got to put some other limitation on it, because that could just be like, you're at 1 hit point, you have a wrath dice left, you haven't used all of your uses yet, and the dragon attacks you for like 1 billion damage 3 times, and you're just like, fuck it, no.
So at 14th level, why don't you do the didn't hear no bell as equal to half of your proficiency bonus rounded up, and then at 17th level, give them that full proficiency bonus number.
Or, you know, I have another idea. What about it's still the same number of times, but it consumes it follows the rest of the class and also takes a reaction.
Oh, there you go.
So then you just can't do it 1 billion times in a round. And it forces you to spread them out.
There you go.
To your con mod? I could, but honestly, at this level, your con mod's probably around +5 too. Most likely you went super survivable at this point. But I think using your reaction, especially since it's, I mean, using your reaction is kind of a thing in this. Yeah, I'm thinking using reaction. So I'm going to change that to be, I'm going to change that to being, it has to use a reaction for didn't hear no bell. Okay. That's easy enough. Yeah, I think it'll be okay. That's the only thing I wanted to think about for that one. Yeah. All right. Well, some of the other things I wanted to do today. Let's see, class building or world building first. I think I'm gonna work on class building a bit. So I had an idea after playing some various games, actually specifically one of the ones that inspired me, despite the game only being like all right or whatnot, is not one I have installed anymore. I forget the name of it. Anyways, basically you start with 2 pools or elements, and one generally starts full, and as you use abilities, you lose. It's like a slider bar. You get less and less of the first pool or element and more of the second pool of element. So it forces you to have to use different abilities or attacks over time and have to like move back and forth between them.
Interesting. As like a combat class or like a spellcasting class?
Well, I was thinking of being almost like an in-between, almost like a warlock.
Okay.
With like abilities and whatnot. And the subclasses would determine whether it's more martial based or more ability based. Mm-hmm. But this would like say if I thought it was an interesting idea. This way, you can't just like use the same broken tactic every round, because as your abilities happen and you get like, say, I haven't, I'm still figuring this stuff out in my mind, but say you start with like a pool of six points, and you start with 6 points in column A, and then it costs you 2 points to use a certain ability. You use that 3 times and then you're out, but that's because pool B has now filled up to 6 points. And you can just bounce back and forth between them. I thought it would be kind of an interesting way to do it. Sort of instead of having a limited pool of certain things you can do a day and then you just run out and you feel useless, it's a bunch of other minor, smaller abilities, but you can't use them all the time because you have to use your other abilities to match it out.
I can dig that. It's got a nice random flavor to it, and you know I love random flavor.
Yeah. All right. Let's new Google Docs. No even idea what I would call the class for now.
See, first explaining it, I thought it was going in a different direction, like a spellcaster that could almost like with like the Divine Dungeon books, how they can like draw from different affinities of like elemental magic.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's sort of also an inspiration. Like I said, it's not necessarily a spellcaster. It could be depending on the subclass. Mm-hmm. But it was going to be drawn as affinities, and that was the other difference I was thinking of for this class. That was going to be a little different than normal, in that it's basically you have to choose 2 subclasses because you're choosing your 2 different affinities.
Yeah.
So instead of choosing like one subclass, you actually mix and match.
Yeah, that's cool.
I think for now, I'm just gonna call it Channeler. I'll come up with a better name. 1L? It's 1L, I think.
Wait. So you're saying like if I made a monk, or not a monk, like if I did like monk channeler, I could be the avatar?
Maybe, yeah. Well, you'd only have 2 elements, I think, but... Okay, so...
Half an avatar? I'll take it.
Half avatar, yeah.
A half-atar?
Half-atar. I am the half-atar. Channel... am I spelling that right? Is there 1 L in channeler? Is that even actually a legit word anyways?
That is the correct spelling of channeler, sir, yes. Okay,
because channeled is 2 with the L, with the ED. That's what I was double checking. Okay. Oh, no, it's like written both ways.
Is this like the American versus Canadian spelling all over again?
Maybe, because Merriam-Webster has it with 1 L, but then I see freedictionary.com has it with 2.
I'm saying if I just Google search the word channeler, the 1 L comes up more than the 2.
Yeah, that might be one of those things where it's a difference between spellings.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna stick with the 1 L. Whatever. I spell meteor RE unless it's a device, so British spelling all the way. All right. So I think the easiest way to balance this is if I take an existing class for some of this stuff. Once again, probably Warlock for its leveling progression. That's spells. Obviously, like, I'm not worrying about spells or invocations or anything because they're getting their own shit, but just for their subclasses and progression for that. I think I'm going to take it as a Warlock. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna do flavor text goes here. Also, because they're sort of between a caster and a fighterly type, I figured Warlock is also a good thing to sort of base it off of.
Yeah. And I mean, maybe like you could adjust it so you could go either way. Like again, like, you know, you could go more of like the healer spellcaster or like a healer fighter or something like that. Like you can mix and match to make it how you like it, depending on what subclasses you choose, right?
Yeah, that's what the hope was gonna be. That is my hope.
Yeah, I'm liking this already. And especially if you're using it as like channeling elements, so like you could obviously like your water affinities, like your healing and water, like you'd be shape water and create water, things like that.
That's the thing. This one's going to take a lot of brainstorming because unlike most classes, this one's going to have a lot of subclasses because really they're only like half subclasses.
For physical subclasses, you could do things like being able to channel your element into your weapons and armor.
And that's the thing, that the channeled, I think I'm gonna call them affinities rather than elements, because they could be anything. It could be like a sorcerer where like the affinities don't have to be the base elements. Like they have things like clockwork or, you know, the deep or, you know, other random things.
Yep. Well, yeah, because you even have things like necrotic, radiant.
Oops. Okay.
And there's one of your subclasses right there, divine.
Oh yeah.
You channel radiant energy into things, or channel radiant energy into spells. Divine channeler. Ooh.
You're already, we don't even have the class yet, and you're already theory crafting your character.
My nips are a little hard. I'm not gonna lie. That's exciting.
Channeler. Like, I'm torn on channeler. So far, it seems to be working fairly well. It's actually probably apt for the name. We'll see if we change it or not. But I mean, it's base. Everyone understands what it would mean. You're channeling something.
I think you're gonna like it a lot more once you start making subclasses around it.
Yeah, because you're channeling your affinity. Yeah, channeler so far is sticking with me. There's a placeholder, but actually I think it might end up being the final. The final. Okay. All right. Let's insert table. Let's do like 4 categories for now. Insert. Oh, really? Okay, and then I'm gonna need one more after that. We're gonna make you tiny. That'll do. So, level. What order are they doing? Proficiency bonus, then features? Yeah. Bonus. Features. And then whatever that's gonna be. Well, they've changed some things in their interface. I haven't used the Google Docs in a while. They changed some shit.
Last time I've made a Google Doc.
I like it for theory crafting. Whenever I'm doing stuff like that. Let's change the background color. Around this. Oh. Oh, that's border color. Whoops. Oh, that's text color. There we go. That's the thing about barbarians, having to think about a third stat, suddenly become a little more mad. Or if they don't think about the third stat, they become a little more mad. Har har har. 1, 2, 10, 11, 14, 15, 19, and then I gotta add, insert row below. I'm used to formatting this stuff in Foundry more than this, but I find this is a little bit better, especially since I'm not gonna add it to Foundry till I'm basically done.
Yeah.
Proficiency bonus, which is bloop +2 +2 plus. Come on, I'll do this. Am I not using the side thing? 3s until 8. And then 9, it's 4s. Every 4 levels, I think. Isn't it? Yep, pretty much. Okay, same to that. Well, brink you down. There we go. All right. Now we're gonna start thinking of the base class features. So, right at level 1, obviously they need to pick up their 2 affinities.
Well, I mean, when does? I mean, most things pick their things at what, level 2?
Well, warlocks and sorcerers at level 1, druids and wizards at level 2, and pretty much everything else at level 3.
Level 3.
I think warlocks and sorcerers and clerics, I think, are the only ones at level 1.
Well, warlock, they get their otherworldly patron at level 1, right? And then they get their
yeah, that's their subclass. Their subclass is at level 1. That's their otherworldly patron is their subclass.
Fair enough. Bring up warlock class and
because you basically have to figure out right away who your patron is, and thus that determines your abilities.
Oh, they get their pact boon at level 3.
Yeah, that the pact boon is that's different. That's like a little sub thing. But the patron is what flavors the entire thing. So in this case, it would be much the same thing. It'd be your affinities. Affinities. And I'm going to put plural because obviously you're choosing 2 of them.
Yep.
Now, so after equipment, beep, beep, beep. Affinities. Choose 2 of the affinities from the affinities list below, which will happen someday in the future. These determine what you can channel. And I'm gonna say now here's another thing. So I wanted to start. I kind of like the idea of it starting with one affinity being at full, and as you use it, the slider bar goes, and the other affinity starts to, as this one empties, the other affinity starts to fill up. Now, should we have it that when you start the character, you choose which one is your dominant? Or is this something that maybe we can switch up every now and again? Maybe every time you level? or do you think it would be a better idea just to keep it dominant?
I think it's a better idea to keep it as like maybe like a dominant and I'm wondering if you could even balance them, like have it balanced, and then like if you had 6 points, like 3-3, and then go up and down.
Okay, so always start balanced between them.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a neat idea. Okay, I like that. So we don't have to choose a dominant then. So actually what this column is going to be is probably going to be our what should we call it? That is for like the power number or something. That would be our total a pool, like affinity pool. Thesaurus, come here. Another word for power. I think power gets overused.
I want to say essence, but I know why.
I mean, I'm very tempted to use essence, yeah.
I've slowed down on my reading. I'm waiting for you to catch up.
I was doing some reading last night, actually.
I want to start gabbing like girls. I want. There's so many good ideas.
I'm nearing the end of book 3.
Okay. Yeah, there's too many good ideas. Like I said it on my the fact that the author has retweeted like 2 of my posts about his books makes me very happy.
Has he really? That's awesome.
Yeah. Because like the first time I bought the first couple books, and then like I had the whole set, so I posted the whole set. That one blew up actually.
Oh.
A lot of people posted on that. They're good. They're really fucking good. He has put together a great world. And that's why those concepts fit so well, because like I think like we are kind of thinking on the same page of what inspires this, because like that's what it is. That they draw in this essence and use it to their advantage, and some of them are better in some than others. Like it's a very it's a really good idea for a class. Like it makes a lot of sense. Where did you go?
So these numbers might have to get rebalanced afterwards, as we don't exactly know what they mean yet. But I'm thinking if we want to start it balanced, it's always got to be an even number. Mm-hmm. So I'm thinking like every 4 levels, it's basically, and they're like keystone levels for like wizards and stuff too. So basically at 5th level, and then at 9th level, 13th level, and 17th level, it'll go up by 2. Starts at 2, goes up by 2 each one, giving you more versatility back and forth. And I figured some of the larger, chunkier abilities are going to cost you a fair amount. So like, especially at the low to mid levels, you might have to use some of your other affinity to build yourself up so you can use the bigger, chunkier like abilities. Like if you have a pool of 4, but you have an ability that takes 3, then you know that you've got to use the other affinity once or twice to like slide it over. I like that. It sort of makes you think tactically that way.
So then at somewhere like around 3rd level, then so now that you have that building progression, where would you decide on your whether you are more of a physical or more of a range, like a melee versus ranged, or physical versus mental channeler?
Well, I mean, third level does seem like kind of like the right level to decide that, right? Maybe something the equivalent of almost like a fighter's fighting style, but for the channeler.
Yep.
Like, it's not something that will dramatically overhaul you so much as like the fighting style just gives you enough that it helps you flavor it in the direction you want to go.
Exactly.
Okay, so at third level,
because that's the other thing to think about. Like with warlocks, they can start casting spells right away. Do you want a channeler to be able to use spells if that's the way they want to go right away, or do they start to decide that after they've kind of gotten used to their affinities?
Yeah, I like the idea of a couple of levels of just getting used to the affinities before you start really focusing.
Yeah.
We're just going to style focus. That's temporary placeholder name. We'll figure out something nicer than style focus after. Okay, so affinity. Choose two affinities from the affinities list below. This determines what you can channel. Cool. I should also put in here essence pool. Come on. Essence pool. Because you gotta explain all this shit.
Not me opening up a million tabs to have every class up right now. Let's do some research.
Essence pool. Actually, how do they write it? Is it in Devion? They write it with the number or the word? Number. Okay, so at first level. Might as well keep the writing pretty close to Wizards of the Coast so people expect that. Also at first level, which is usually how it starts, you begin with an essence pool. Now I gotta figure out how I want to explain how the pool works. A total essence pool.
Well, so you said two. Is it two of each affinity or just 1 point each?
It was gonna be a 2 in total, so it'd be like 1 point each. Maybe I should just do that. Maybe I should cut these in half and say each essence starts with that many points, and as you use one, the other one increases. Might be easier to explain that way. So also it makes it look less daunting when it suddenly goes from like these bigger numbers to smaller numbers. So instead of seeing a 10 at the end, you're just seeing a 5. That's nice. Yeah, that's nicer. Okay. At first level, so instead of essence pool, I can just write it as essence.
Yep.
Now I could either do essence or quintessence. I think I'll stick with essence for now. We can always rename it later.
Yeah, I like essence as well.
At first level, each affinity begins with a number of essence points. Equal to number in the essence column above, using affinity. Do we want to call them abilities? Talents, maybe? Oh, why did I close the source? Well, I can just write in talents for now. Using affinity talents, number of essence points as stated in the talent. Actually, in that 1 second. Fire. Something I can probably. Yeah, we'll stick with talents for now. For now. Okay. So first, each begins with the number of essence points equal to the number of essence in the essence column. Using affinity talents costs a number of costs. Using affinity talents cost a number of essence points as stated in the talent. You use lower the essence points in one affinity. You raise the essence points in your other affinity.
And so you can use higher and higher talents. If you use your one affinity and pool it into your other one, then you have 2 points to be able to spend on a higher costing talent.
Yeah, exactly. So like once again, there may be like some of them we can make pumpable where like the more points you spend the better, or some of them may even like require more amount of points, but you might have to use some other stuff from your other affinity first. Yeah. Okay. All right. I like that. I'm also wondering, so for abilities from affinities, basically the way I'm thinking the subclasses work is really the subclasses are basically just lists of abilities you can take, per se. They just happen to be flavored by the affinity.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking there should be another column for the almost like Eldritch Invocations or whatnot, or anything like that. Basically the number of talents that you can take.
Yeah.
So you can just customize, like you don't get access to all of them, but you build it up over time and you customize which ones you take specifically.
Yep.
Right.
I think the point progression should be a little bit faster.
For what, the essence?
Yeah.
What is? Oh, it's proc bonus.
Because kind of like sorcery points, right? Like sorcery points goes up 1 per level.
Well, the sorcery points is because like they have one big dramatic effect and then it's done, whereas the essence is technically an infinite pool. Mm-hmm. And part of the reason I had it was so that you have to bounce back and forth.
What if you did it per odd level? So like 1 up to level 3. At level 3 you get the 2.
Yeah. That would double the progression though. And if we do make things that are pumpable, then that means that's a lot more. See, I wanted to make it a less amount of points that the player has to deal with.
Yeah.
Because by the time they hit like upper levels, if that ever happens, that ends up 5 per affinity. That's 10 points the players have to back and forth between.
Well, then I guess it's at level 3 where you're starting to look at your focus and getting your talents, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, tell you what, why don't we? It doesn't have to be even per se. There's plenty of things like spell progression that people don't realize that the later levels it actually shrinks down a lot. So what we can do is you get 2 a little bit earlier. Say we'll give 3 a little bit earlier. But then it progresses slower. You keep 3 for a while till you hit 4.
Because at that point you have a max of 6 points to play with on either affinity.
Yeah. And then you kind of stay there for a while, but you're still progressing, getting new abilities. And once again, it's not like these are limited points. This is like it's an infinite back and forth with points.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't want to increase the numbers too much.
I would even keep level 3 at 1 and then start that 2 at level 4.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. Especially since you're getting your style focus already, so it's not like it needs to go up. And then, okay, I'm gonna make 2, I think, go to 7. So all you're doing is you're just increasing the sliding scale.
Yeah.
And this way, like, technically, because you think of it as double, you wouldn't have an ability like at 7th level more than like a 4-point ability, which is what your maximum would be even at 7th level, and that would go up to 6 points at 8. So yeah, I think that balances it pretty good.
I would also say, put your ASIs on your table.
Oh yeah, I can pump those in now, eh?
Yeah, you know where those are going to be.
Ability score increase. There's usually an extra one at 18, is it?
I believe it is 19.
Yeah, 19 is 19. All right. Yeah, that gets the ASIs out of the way. There we go. Talents. Once again, we can rebalance this as we go. 2, 3. I like them to get new abilities as they go up. Not all the time, though. 4.
Well, I mean, there's going to be a lot of different talents to choose from, right? That's the whole. That's the whole point. Is that you can mix and match and make these different styles. Or I guess they would enhance the style that you choose, right?
Yeah. Yeah, actually, you know what I think I'm going to do? I think I'm going to... It's going to start at 2, and then from then on, it's going to start at 2. It's going to stay at 2 at level 2, I think. And then from then on, it's just going to maybe follow your level for the number. So you just get a new one every level. Because there's going to be a lot of them.
Yep.
In that case, I don't even need the column. I know Wizards of the Coast likes to make those redundant columns, but I could just say you have a number of talents equal to your level minimum of 2, and just get rid of the column. Now, I'll put the column anyways. I know Wizard likes this redundant columns, so I might as well follow suit.
It's always nice to look back and reference, even though you can count.
Yeah. And if we decide to change it as we're building this, sure, why not?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's getting us some shit going on.
Yeah, you could. I mean, even if you wanted to, you could do something like plus proficiency of some variety, right?
Yeah.
If it was too much or too little, I think it's a lot.
Now we need something at second level to give them. Nothing overwhelming.
Let's look at second level tables. Infuse item for Artificer. Reckless attack and danger sense for Barbarian. Jack of all trades and Song of Rest for Bard. Channel Divinity and Divine Domain for Cleric.
Yeah.
So these are the ones that are really what is the core of this character? What do these affinities do? Or like what is the...
Well, I mean, the style focus we had at level 3, because that's kind of following along with the Pact Boon for the Warlock.
Yeah.
But they get their Eldritch Invocations at level 2, which is like kind of like a modifier in what they can do. It's not like the core of what they can do, it's just like an extra addition.
Yeah. Hold on, I have a very excited lady here. I'm just gonna mute for a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Yeah. There's got to be something to level 2. You don't want a dead level. But I really didn't want to give them their style focus until 3. I don't think I might have to come back to that one. So we'll just leave a placeholder for now. At second level, something goes here. Oh. At third level, something about specializing in the style of the character. Okay, cool. I have 3 windows open. I have like, 2 for the Warlock class. So really, I don't need to worry about the subclass feature levels because they're just constantly getting talents. So talents also happens at this level. Actually, I can just combine essence pool into the affinity description. Each affinity begins a number of essence points equal to the, and then that way we can put in talents. Character. You.
At second level, something goes here.
Yeah, because I don't know what to put there, because I do really want to keep the style choice for 3. That seems to follow the pattern of like where the Pact Boon goes, and a lot of really important changes happen. But 2.
Sorry, you said Warlock gets Eldritch Invocation at 2?
Yes. Which isn't like a major overhaul of the character. It's a little extra, like you can disguise self, or you can cast false life, or you get dark vision. It's like little extras.
Well, and also affect a bunch that affect the Eldritch Blast cantrip, which is a main focus of the Warlock. So in this case, what does...
Could be, but I mean, I've never actually taken those myself.
Yeah. There's a bunch that accentuate, like, your spells, and a bunch that specifically accentuate the Eldritch Blast. You can make it a range of 300 feet. You can, when you cast it, add your Charisma modifier to the damage. It can also affect your mage armor.
Yeah, let me just type out the thing for the talents here, a quick one. You begin with a number of talents. Begin with 2 talents. 1 taken from each affinity. Number 1. And then at level 3 and each level afterwards, you gain an additional talent from one of your 2 affinities. You can replace a talent when you level. You can place a talent of your choice. Just always have at least 1 talent from each affinity. I figure giving them a chance to replace their talents as they level might be helpful as well.
Yeah. So, what if at level 2, now that you're bound to your affinities, you begin to grow, like you gain like an enhancement to them, so you can choose maybe like additions to your saving throws of when dealing with certain things revolving around your affinity or something like that, because like with the Eldritch Invocation, it's just increasing the things that you already have. So with like how about your balance, whether you decided to whether one of your affinities becomes more dominant than the other, or you stay balanced, and then we can make a mechanical benefit depending on that. Okay.
How's it going?
Hello.
We're making a baby.
Here in South
Yeah. You can choose one of your affinities.
Yeah, something that enhances one affinity over the other.
Dominant over the other, or remain balanced between them. All right, I just gotta figure out the actual mechanical value of such things.
Well, I think rather than specifically making it a dominant one, you should be able to have choices that may affect one or the other. So like when you use this affinity, add +2 to your roll. That
affinity would be dominant, basically.
But yeah.
Dominant just means you've accepted one slightly more than the other.
Yeah, but then you could also have choices then that still keep that balance, I suppose, by affecting both of them. Maybe if
remember, we don't want to tread too much over the style focus, which is going to be the whole shift of the character and whether you're going to be good at the abilities or fighting or...
But that's not your affinities. That's specifically your style, right? So this wouldn't be stepping over the style. You want it to enhance your affinities. If you want it to be one dominant over the other or have a choice, you could have, just like the Eldritch Invocations, something that belongs to that particular affinity, or if you want to choose both affinities, it's a lesser gain, but applies to both.
Okay, all right. So, now we don't need to make this too, because most of the class is going to rely on the talents, just kind of like most of a wizard relies on the spells. What I'm thinking is, and I'm going to write this out as I talk because it'll help me. We can always delete it if we don't like it. So,
yeah.
If you choose, a dominant affinity. Because I'm thinking if you choose a dominant affinity, maybe you already, when you reset, that's one thing I should do. Okay, I was thinking when you reset, maybe that affinity always starts at slightly higher, the other one starts at slightly lower. We'll get back to that in a second, because I should do that the essence points, your essence points reset on a, should it be a short or long rest, or after like a minute of not use or something? I think a short or long rest.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just shifting the pool is a little underwhelming. Because once again, this is sort of halfway between a warlock and a wizard. The reason the wizard doesn't usually get too many class abilities is because spells, and in this case, we're getting lots of talents.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm specifically looking at the warlock tree, just how it builds with each thing it gets.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems to be for everything that gets something at second level, it is always something that intertwines with whatever particular flavor that class is.
Yeah. I'm just trying to make sure I keep the power creep from getting in and trying to rein it back a bit.
Yeah.
Kind of like how a wizard usually doesn't have too much because it has the spells with just some tweaks in their subclass.
Yeah. And I mean, for those balance options, it's not to say that it's not affected by later things, because again, going back to the warlock's table, there are prerequisites for certain invocations. I cannot speak.
All right, we'll leave that one for a second. Have to think on that one.
Yeah.
And as usual, I am choking on cloves.
Clove life.
Choking cloves. Now, we don't even know how the talents works. This is where we're going to have to figure out style focus after as well.
Yeah.
Basically, right now, I'm just trying to think of core class abilities, and then we'll start focusing on how the talents work. I imagine in many ways they're going to be sort of like spells.
Yeah. I mean, focus, like your style focus can be as simple as, do you want to be a melee, ranged, or spellcaster?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was just going to treat it a lot like fighting styles for the fighter, basically.
Yeah.
So let's see here. What else we got? Now we don't have to worry about subclass levels like a lot of classes do, because you're just constantly getting talents, and that's kind of the point. It's almost like you get it every level.
Yeah.
However, at 11th level, there should be something there, I think. And it could be something like what Warlock has where it scales. And then of course we have to have a capstone. All right. Yeah. All right. No idea what to give it 11th level or capstone, but we'll get there. Balance. So second level you choose to you can choose say a balance type from the list below. Affinity. Balanced. What about at 11th level? What if we allow not a lot, but maybe you occasionally take a couple of talents from a third affinity, but count them as one of your primary affinities?
Ooh, there you go.
Not sure what to call that one.
Adaption.
Adaption? Maybe.
Or like adaptive channeling.
Again, something more along the lines of just like a taste or touch of power of some kind. Small amount.
Like a glimpse of power.
Yeah. Oh, or even better yet, if we want to stick with our theme, how about corruption?
Oh, there you go. And with that little glimpse, even at 17, you could give them a third affinity.
Well, how would the pool work at that point, though? Because it's a sliding scale.
Oh, true.
The 11th. Oh. Okay. All right. Getting some framework done here. This is good. This is good. So let's see here. So dominant affinity, corruption. Let's put in the thing for our capstone. Capstone. Okay. 20th level. All right, and then after this, we're gonna have a list of affinities. This title. Name. Description goes here. Okay. Cool. that's where the real meat and potatoes is going to be, is figuring out all the affinities and their talents.
Yeah.
First, let's figure out, okay, so you can choose, I might have to come back to some of this stuff like the balance and whatnot till we figure out kind of how the talents work.
Yeah.
Style focus, I think we can do right now, though. Choose a style focus from the list below. So it's gonna get kind of be like their version of a fighter style. So we can do this. Blah, blah.
Start with the big three and then maybe mix and match.
What's the big three?
Melee, ranged, and spellcasting.
Oh yeah, yeah. We'll call it like, say like body, reflexes, okay, here's another thing we need to do. Talents, okay. So talents are going to be abilities. What do you think their, not casting stat, but like the stat it's based off of is going to be? As tempting as I am to say con has enough uses in D&D. Because one of the other things I was thinking of doing for style focus is you can choose body things for like melee attacks, ranged reflexes for like ranged attacks and things. Some of the style focuses I was thinking was allowing you to change what your casting stat is. Mind you, that third level is kind of late to be choosing that. I'm thinking wisdom. Intelligence doesn't really make sense. Problem is wisdom and charisma are almost used interchangeably to mean willpower in 5th edition.
Could make it the choice of wisdom or charisma or wisdom and another stat.
That's pretty beefy though, just to choose which one you want to use. I'm also trying to think of what it would be multi-classing with if we made certain choices. If you go charisma, you're gonna multi-class with warlock. We're just gonna see Wes multi-class this and Hexblade Warlock every day. Whereas if it's wisdom, the account is more like working with the natural forces, then it's more like how a druid and cleric kind of deal with things.
Yeah. Well, I see. I'm torn because I'm looking at it from the perspective of if you're able to have the option of being more than just a spellcaster, what do you choose to be your like dominant ability score? You know, like, do I want to be that strength-based channeler that's able to like kind of like channel my stuff into my weapons or something like that? Where I'd want to cross with like a barbarian or something like that if I was going to cross into something else.
Now, thematically, that makes sense, but mechanically, to try and stick with the norm,
yeah,
we don't want to go too far out of our way to just say, hey, go ahead and choose a stat, because that's going to be broken as fuck.
Yeah. What if the particular stats were tied to the affinity you chose?
Actually, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. That way you could make Earth as strength and things like this. Ah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that.
I did it good. I'm so proud.
Any saving throws or attacks with talents are made using the ability score tied to that talent. The base DC of are, and then as usual 8 plus proficiency bonus plus ability score modifier. Attacks. Efficiency bonus plus ability score modifier. Those are cold hands. I love it. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh, why are your hands that icy? Oh, that feels good on my sunburned head. Oh, yes. I keep trying to go hit save and it's Google Docs. Oh, sitting here for 1 second, just getting head rubs.
The cold head rubs.
And she's taking a break just to cool my head down. Too much thinking, it's getting hot. There we go. Okay, we're starting to flush this out. Yeah, I do like the idea of each talent having a ability score tied to it.
Yeah.
So a name, so ability score. Yeah. Okay. There we go. There we go. I might also change the equipment around a bit too. Although that's not too bad right now. Although we're not going to need an arcane focus, I don't think.
No.
Because I like the idea of these being just like a raw channeled ability. Like they're not going to have as much sheer utility as spells. I want them to be a little bit more basic and primal, almost like a bender from Avatar or something.
Yep.
Don't even need that. I do like them having light armor, and then some of the affinities maybe will even give them like medium armor.
Yeah.
Like I'm thinking each choosing an affinity will have an ability score, and I'm thinking each affinity should also have like a perk. Maybe not with that name. But just something like, like stone might give you one thing, water might give you another.
Yep.
Okay. This is going to be a nightmare to balance.
I'm sitting here listening to you guys make this thing, like Steve's gonna freaking pull this thing apart.
And he's the right person to do it. Yes. And Brian. They will figure shit out. Okay. Style, yeah, we're gonna do style focus now. I'll come back to the balancing until we figured a little bit better how some of the talents work. Okay, so body, reflexes, and then we'll say mind. Yeah. And +2 to attack with any talents that use a melee. +2 any talents that use a melee attack. With any talents that a ranged attack roll. +2 with any talents. Oh, that's a capital A. That. +2 to the DC. Save DC of any talents require a saving throw. So basically you get to choose whether you're more into melee attacks, ranged attacks, or saving throws. Yeah. Nice, basic, nice and easy. You don't want too... They've got enough options to go with the affinities and stuff, so we don't need to go too crazy on it.
Yeah.
And this way it really does let you choose whether you're going to be... what kind of thing you're going to be, whether it's going to be more casterly or melee weapons or ranged or whatever. Cool, cool. 11th level. You can allow the corruption of a third affinity to seep to what you can do. Now I want to limit it. I don't want them to just be like, I can just like choose all of them. Maybe I can.
Well, I'm assuming that the talents will still have some kind of prerequisite, right?
Yeah, well, like levels or whatever, probably.
And affinity choice.
Yeah. Well, the talents are going to be under each affinity. So, like, the water affinity is just going to have a list of talents. The earth affinity would have a list of talents.
Yeah. So if you're only, like, if you're picking one, what would the limit be? Just up to your level?
No, I was thinking I might change it after all. So I might say you can choose one of your affinities, and you may choose another affinity that you don't have, and you may learn and or replace one of the talents from the ability you chose with that third affinity. I keep saying affinity. So like say you have water and fire and you choose to corrupt your water with earth, then you get to, when you learn new talents or replace talents, you can choose to replace your water talents with earth talents.
Okay.
How does that sound?
Yeah, because as long as you're still drawing from that pool, right?
Yeah, and you still have a limited number of of talents that you can do. So
yeah.
Okay, and then those earth ones that you choose would be considered water affinity ability talents for you. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Feel free to discuss among yourselves for a second. I just need to be right back. I need a potty break.
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna do the same.
How's your Binding of Isaac run going? Really? I'm here.
Oh, let's stop and say hi quick. Hold on. How are you doing?
All right.
How's the strum? Are you enjoying it?
I'm not really part of it. I'm just kind of like hanging out.
I gotcha. How do you feel about the dungeon slugs?
I'm sorry, what?
How do you feel about the dungeon slugs?
Love them.
Yeah, it's nice being able to just like sit in the background and watch them go on.
Okay. All right. Switch over to this stuff for a while. Back.
BHG's still gone, but I'm here.
Oh, well, the important ones. It's okay then.
He'll be here in a second. He's just in the kitchen.
Yeah, no worries. No rush. Hey, Saber, how's it going? We're having a nerd day deciding some D&D classes there, bud. D&D classes. Well, a class. Working title is Channeler. We'll see. And I've got chicken. I got chicken strips.
Saber expert. What is up, my dude?
Yeah, we're doing some homebrew. I'll eventually allow it in my like Forge Lands campaign thing, but first we got to make it.
If we make this available for Forge Lands, fucking Otto is committing seppuku right now.
It's been fun. Just jumps off the cliff from the cliff types, the farm.
I'm tired of this life of bunnydom.
I can't handle this anymore. I'll just turn him into the BBEG.
No, it's like I walked away from it for a second. I'm like, oh god, there's so many possibilities.
Yeah, I want to start by making like an affinity for each one of like the base damage types in D&D, and then we can branch out to the more exotic, interesting things from there on, like clockwork and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think with your so if you're doing one for each base stat, you should like for the affinity, you also like want to be drawing from like kind of like an element, right? So you should tie an element to each stat. So like you said, earth for strength, maybe fire for or wind for dexterity.
So the core concept for this class, and it started out, it's a mixture of influences from various things. There's a game that I was playing that had an interesting way the power worked, and we've been reading these books called Divine Dungeon and stuff like this. Just a bunch of things amalgamating together. Basically, you're choosing two affinities, maybe earth and fire, or clockwork and fiendish, or like radiant, like divine. You know, we're gonna have a bunch of affinities you can choose. This one's gonna work a little bit differently because there's no normal subclasses. You just choose your two affinities instead. It's almost like choosing two mini subclasses. And you have a power bar of your essence. It starts out really small, just like 1 point, but basically you start out with 1 point in each affinity that you can spend on their abilities. And as you spend the thing on your affinity and it lowers, the other one raises. So if you say you have fire and water, and you decided to go, you're going these opposing affinities or whatever. As you spend 1 point in fire, because you start out with like 1, you can see on the screen there, and it goes to 0, your water affinity goes from 1 to 2. This way you kind of have to bounce back and forth using your abilities between them. You're not just finding one thing that you're using really good all the time. It's forcing you to have to bounce back and forth between abilities from your two different sort of subcategories, which we thought would be interesting to do.
Mm-hmm.
Chicken. Oh no, I dropped a piece of chicken on my shirt. Okay. Still want to figure out how that balance thing's going to work, but we will find out. Let's do the corruption thing. That'll be easier for me to type out. Choose one of your affinities. Become corrupted. Then with an affinity you do not have. When gaining new talents or replacing talents, you may actually I can reword this better. Talents from that new affinity from the corrupting affinity are considered. How do I want to say this? Music is a bit loud. Okay. Of course, the song ends. There we go. Should be turned down now. So choose one of your affinities to become corrupted with an affinity you do not have. Talents with that new affinity are considered part of the corrupted affinity for the purposes of learning new talents or replacing talents. As well as the primary attribute used. Because obviously your corrupted stat still determines your attribute for it.
Yeah.
Since it's just a mild influence, you get to keep that attribute. Affinity type ideas. Let's bring up D&D Beyond D&D 5e types.
What about that?
Yeah, we can make it for those ones. Like, I was gonna go through the D&D, like the damage types.
Well, I was looking at the damage types too, and there are some, like, I mean, cold would maybe fit the water archetype. For holy, you have radiant. For infernal, you have necrotic. You could do lightning or thunder for wind if you wanted to for those damage types. But I was thinking more so you have those as your initial element ideas, and then your first talents could be something similar to a cantrip. Okay. So like fire could be firebolt. The water one could be like create water.
Well, I'm just thinking just straight up just call it an affinity blast or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we don't have to have one for each stat. I was more just going to base it off of what makes sense for the damage type.
Well, I meant for your talent trees.
Yeah.
Because you could do something like that where, yeah, for the affinity, you can have it.
Because how many damage types are there? There's a lot.
A lot.
Yeah. So there's going to be a lot of affinities to start with. It's kind of like how the wizard has a whole bunch.
You specifically want to revolve it around those.
I'm not revolving around the stats. Ignore the stats for a second. Just ignore them for a second. We're focusing on the themes of the affinities, and then we'll figure out which stat goes with each one.
Okay.
Yeah, I was not figuring it was important to have one of each stat. I actually was, in some ways, wasn't concerned about that at all. Yes and no. We're gonna add other ones as well. It's more just affinities of things of the universe. Maybe it's cold, maybe it's clockwork, maybe it's the divine, maybe it's Thursdays. I don't know. We'll figure out the affinities as we go, basically. And this would be a really easy class. It's like the sorcerer or the warlock. It's a really easy class to make subclasses for because you can just pick a theme and it just goes with the theme. So,
Yeah.
now, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to start with some of the basic ones for D&D. Like, at least to start with. So we're going to want cold, fire. We'll get into things like radiant, necrotic, and stuff eventually. I just want to get a couple of the basic elemental ones done. I guess earth, I mean, it's not its own damage, it's normally bludgeoning, but that's fun. There's nothing wrong with doing bludgeoning for it, especially if you end up having a more melee focused one. Excuse me. So we'll do earth. Cold earth. I guess we could just call it water. That'd be mostly cold stuff. Okay, so water would be at the end. Well, I guess we'll start with the basics. Air, earth, fire, water. Excuse me. Instead of one for each damage type. I mean, air would have like air, lightning and thunder. But we can throw a couple of the other ones in as well. So, like psychic. Then we can do divine. Like for necrotic, we could actually just say shadow. Life or nature?
Nature's nice for...
Yeah, because, well, Earth could do acid. I was actually thinking acid and poison for something along the lines of, like, nature. Yeah. Might come up with a better name than nature, but nature might work. Nature might work. All right, that's a good amount.
I think instead of shadow, infernal is still a great choice to like oppose divine.
But when you think infernal, you think more fire.
I guess.
So what would infernal have that fire wouldn't?
What about abyssal?
Okay, what would abyssal have? I guess like abyssal's not really necrotic either. That's more like undeath. Like the Shadowfell in D&D is where necrotic energy comes from.
Okay.
But what do you think abyssal would have then?
Well, yeah, something along the same lines, because you just like I'm looking at the opposite of what divine would be, where like divine is healing and radiant energy. That would be the opposite, but shadow I guess works too. Especially
I'm going by like the standards in D&D, and oddly enough, the opposite of radiant damage for the divines is not the infernals. It's actually the Shadowfell or necrotic.
What comes to mind for me for abyssal is like when I think of the abyss, I think of nothing. It's like just nothing. So
yeah, like the void.
Well, for limbo, I think of more for that. For the abyss, for me, because it's the infinite layers of chaos, is I think of chaos. So I'm thinking maybe a chaos infinity would be kind of neat too.
God, you know which one's me and Ebony will play all the time.
Because if you do the chaos infinity, it might not have anything specifically tied to it, damage-wise or anything. It could be random each time.
Oh, you're tickling that bone.
Oh.
Somebody wants extra items during this dungeon slug. I'm feeling it. How'd this get there? Don't ask questions.
Why is it wizard only? Why is it specifically Iridor? Usable by any wizard who starts with Iridor.
Yeah.
All right.
The magic key just shows up like, this is yours.
Okay, I think this is a pretty good starting list. We can branch out later as we think of ideas and stuff. As you figure, if each one of these is sort of like half a subclass, that actually works out pretty good. That's like
there's a lot of customization there too. Like you go like earth and fire, or fire and shadow, or water and air.
Yeah,
you like combo that for hours.
That's why I liked the idea of having the two affinities, because not only does it work with the power slider that I wanted to do, but the fact that you can really customize it.
Yeah.
So many choices.
It actually kind of like brings to mind like the Magicka game on Steam.
Oh,
yeah, where you just like throw elements together and make new shit, and like use those to like attack with. Because they also had like earth and water and fire and arcane.
One of the games that influenced me the most was I remember the name now, Wolson. Because that's how their classes work. Is there's two resource pools they have basically, and as you use one, the other one goes down.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing you play this.
Yeah, so like there's like if you were like the warrior type or whatever, there was like, I forget what it was. It was like the calmness and the rage or whatever. Like as one goes up, the other one goes down, and then so you kind of wanted abilities, at least one or two abilities from the other one, so you could get your main shit back, and you like balance back and forth.
Yeah.
Which I thought was pretty cool. Okay. Okay, level 2, we were trying to figure out this balance thing. I have another idea. What if instead of just you choose one thing and you stay balanced that way or whatever, what if it's about shifting your points? What if you can spend a bonus action or reaction or something to sort of shift the pool in a certain direction without having to use an ability?
Interesting.
Because it's all about balancing yourself as need be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can shift your essence 1 point, and it'll go up as we level. 1 point. And affinity choice. Now let's reword this. You can shift your essence, increasing it in 1 point of the affinity of your choice and lowering it in the other.
So if I take divine and fire at second level, I could have 2 points start in fire and 1 point start in divine.
No, I was just having it that you could actively sort of shift it. It's like shifting between spell points and spell slots. It's basically, if say you have 4 points and you've got 2 and 2 right now, but you know that the ability you want to use costs 3, so you can be like, I'm going to use my balance ability to shift it 1 so that it's 3 and 1. And then I'll use that 3 ability.
So that's going to be a limited time use ability? Like once or twice per...
I'm thinking a number of times equal to your proficiency modifier, kind of going with the Tasha's thing.
Okay.
And then increase the number of points you can shift at higher levels.
Okay.
And use this ability a number of times equal to your efficiency bonus. These uses restore on a short or long rest. I'm thinking short or long. The number of points you can shift increases to 2 at level. Let's see here. Maybe 2 at 8th level and then 3 at 17th level. That seems about balanced. Eighth level. 3 at 8th level. Maybe a little bit before 17. Doesn't have to be 17. Oh no, because there's not really anything. That's when you get an essence upgrade. Yeah, 17 seems good. Okay. It's not something you'd want to go up very, very often.
No.
Okay, now, second, you can shift your essence as a... I'm gonna say bonus action. Makes sense. Increasing it by 1 point. Yeah. Increasing at second level, you shift your essence as a bonus action, increasing an affinity of your choice by point, increasing the essence of an affinity of your choice by 1 point and lowering it in another affinity, as is usual. It's redundant to say, but D&D is all about stating the redundant things so you don't have rules lawyers or bagging the shit out of it.
Yeah.
Well, there's good rules lawyers like Brian, and then there's other rules lawyers that just gets everything wrong.
Yeah.
No, just
no names.
You know.
No names. You can use this ability a number of times equal to your proficiency modifier. These uses restore on a short or long rest. Number of points you can shift increases to 2 at 8th level and 3 at 17th level, which makes sense. Okay. I think that's pretty good. And that gives you a little more, once again, a little more customization of your ebb and flow of the power you hold.
Yeah.
There are bad rules lawyers that get it wrong. We have had to deal with such.
I'm just hearing this dump for the game, man. Okay. Yes, I need to make my stairwells.
Still no idea what the capstone's gonna be. I mean, that's a level 20 ability. How often are you ever gonna see that? And it can be overpowered as fuck. I mean, look at Druid.
Yeah.
Infinite wild shapes. We'll come back to the capstone one. I'm not worried about that. Okay. So let's see here. So we'll start out with proficiency in light armor. I like the giving them light armor, and then depending on the perk, welcome back. Depending on the affinity they choose, the perk, the perk could be that they get armor proficiency or whatever.
Yeah.
Weapons. I almost want to give them more than just simple weapon. Let's see here. I don't want to give them all martial weapons. That's just no. But I don't know.
Depending on their style, I'd imagine they'd be able to get additional armor and weapon proficiencies, right?
That could be, yeah, style focus. So you gain +2 with any talents that use a melee attack roll.
Gain proficiency in medium armor and martial weapons.
Proficiency. That's a good idea. Yeah, put that under the style instead of. Yeah, okay, that makes way more sense. That is correct. That is the way to do it.
Yeah.
This is why we group think this shit.
Yeah, man. I love tanking with you guys because we make some really crazy shit all the time.
So, gain +2 with any talents that use a melee attack roll, and proficiency in, I don't need the word and. Proficiency in medium armor, and say 2 martial weapons of your choice. 1 martial weapon? I don't want to give them all martial weapons. Or a weapon of your choice.
A weapon of your choice is a good one.
That way it includes guns for campaigns that use guns that aren't considering them a martial weapon. Yeah, specific martial.
Sorry, a melee weapon of your choice.
Oh, yes, yes.
If you're doing ranged for reflexes.
And a melee weapon of your choice. So reflexes will be with ranged, and a ranged weapon of your choice. And you don't need anything for mine because +2 save DCs is already beefy as fuck. And you're only getting +2 to the range attack rolls from talents, not your regular weapons, so that makes sense as well. That way you're not trotting on the fighters or rangers too badly.
Exactly.
It's not just +2 to like all ranged attacks.
Well, because you're already getting so much from your affinities and everything like that. That this is if you now just choosing a direction in how you want to your character to operate in combat, right? Like, do you want to be that more like hold back and chill, or do you want to be up close and personal? And like that would also like help you decide what kind of talents you decide to take.
I'm gonna get rid of the perk thing for the affinity. I think they're gonna have enough with the talents. And the only reason I had the perks in there originally was just because of putting in things like the proficiencies and whatnot, which we've just covered. So I think we're good. I think we're good for that. Okay, all right. We can start filling some flavor shit out and then start working on the actual affinities. I think we're on the cusp of a working class.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep them D8s. I think it makes sense. Light armor, simple weapons, tools, none makes sense. Saving throws, wisdom and charisma I don't think makes sense. I'm actually thinking constitution, and I want to say constitution and wisdom.
You could also
That's powerful.
You could also base that off your style. So if you went body, it'd probably be like strength.
The problem is you don't get
style
styles till third level.
Oh, okay.
What if you flip-flopped it? Put balance at third and put style focus at second.
You'd still wouldn't. That means you wouldn't get proficiency in any saving throws till second.
True.
Part of me wants to say Constitution and Wisdom, but unfortunately, that's a no-no.
Yeah, those are two really big stats.
Yeah. I really want to say Constitution, just because channeling the energies. Yeah, I'm going to say Constitution, and Intelligence doesn't make sense. I guess Charisma is not that bad. Constitution, Charisma. Because in D&D, Charisma, Force of Personality is a lot of times used for willpower, which is part of the reason that it's used with sorcerers.
Mm-hmm.
I do like that Charisma actually has more things to do in this edition, whereas like in previous editions, it kind of just generated like, unless you're a paladin, it was just like, this is how pretty my character is.
Yeah, and even then, it's actually never actually stood for how pretty your character is. You can have a charisma of 8 and be beautiful. Hell, if anything, I would think that your physical attractiveness is more governed by your constitution than anything.
Yeah.
Healthy people are prettier. Usually. All right. And then choose 2 skills from... It's actually not a bad skill list already. Instead of Arcana, because you're more of a natural thing than learn, I think Athletics. Perception, sure. I think that's a wide variety of things. Nature is a definite yes. Yeah, that's not too bad. Okay. Start with a weapon. Scholar's pack or the Engineer's pack. Makes sense. Leather armor, any simple weapon, and 2 daggers. Okay, cool. Yeah, that works pretty good. Some points. You lower the essence points in one affinity, you raise the essence points in the other affinity. Essence points reset on a 4 or rest. Perfect. There we go. I need to get different music. We're gonna do the other streaming list. Okay. All right. I'm going to make all of the affinities here. And then we'll start filling in the talents for each one individually. Air. Chaos. Divine. Earth. That's, I love live streaming this shit. Not only do I have you guys here, but then I've got like other people giving suggestions.
Yep.
As you're saying these elements, I just want to be like, Captain Planet!
And of course, the best, Captain Planet, still Don Cheadle.
It is. Always.
Hands down.
Always.
Hands down.
If you don't know who where that's from, just put your name in chat and I will ban you.
It's Google Don Cheadle Captain Planet.
You uncultured swine.
Psychic
How have you
Shadow
never
Rider.
heard of Funny or Die? What do you mean you don't care about Seth Rogen?
And what was the last one? Water? Excuse me. Okay. All right. There we go. Now, another thing I want to look at. What is the minimum number of fucking talents that we need? Eventually, they're going to get 20 talents, technically spread across 3 affinities. So, but just in case they don't really take anything from that 3rd affinity, I would like a minimum of 10 talents in each affinity. That's a lot of work. Mind you, we could do less, and that kind of forces them to use the corruption.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'll try to stick close to the 10 mark. That way, even with the corruption, if they want to lean more heavily towards one affinity than the other, they can.
Yeah.
Because they could corrupt their, like, off affinity they don't care about as much. Okay. So I'm going to try and stick with trying to make around 10 talents per. At least. I mean, more never hurts. But I'll try to balance it so they each have roughly the same amount. Okay. All right. So, you were so for ability scores, you were thinking con would be air?
I think I have water as con. Didn't I?
Oh, I see. Yeah, you put the stat and then the element. I was reading it backwards.
Yeah. Yeah, because I figured like water would be like your
Okay.
healing and stuff like that, right? When I was thinking in
Yeah.
that mindset. So
Yeah, that makes sense.
Constitution just made a lot of sense.
That makes sense. Okay.
Same thing with dexterity for wind.
Chaos.
Chaos, I would say charisma.
Yeah, me too. You're right. Divine, I'm going to go with wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
Earth is strength. Fire. I have fire twice. Why do I have fire twice?
Because you love fire.
Fire. Dexterity.
Fire good.
Nature, I also kind of want to make wisdom. Or should nature be con as well? I think wisdom for now. Psychic could be intelligence. Shadow. Ooh.
When I think shadow, I always think like cunning and guile, and like I would say dex.
Dex?
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards dex for.
Because we already have 2 dexterity ones. Air and fire. Do we only have the one charisma so far? I'm looking charisma. Dealing with the shadowy things. This helps spread it around a little bit more too. Either that or we also make shadow intelligence. We've got what? We've got dex. 2 dex. Got 2 wisdoms. 1 strength.
How many affinities do you have total so far?
1, 2, 6, 9.
9. So you'd have 3 doubles.
Yeah. Well, water we're doing is Constitution. which makes sense.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Shadow, I'm a little torn on between charisma and intelligence. I think charisma. Yeah, I think charisma. I'd rather have that the double on charisma, especially since one of the saving throws you have is charisma. So, yeah. Okay, yeah, and then psychic is the only intelligence. I'm okay with that.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And then there's one strength, one con. Okay, that'll work. That'll work. All right, let's start figuring out. I will do descriptions afterwards. So I am thinking each one, we want 10 talents per, right?
Was that the number?
I'm aiming for around 10. I mean, it doesn't have to be exact, but I'm aiming for around 10 if we can per.
Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5. And that's a lot of abilities we gotta make. But it's equivalent of kind of like making a wizard's spells. Plus we can scale them up as well, right? Like they yeah, we can have a minimum because they cost a certain amount to do, right? So like a minimum of 1. So we want to make, I'd say, at least 4 of them a 1 cost. Say, what is the maximum cost we can do here? Maximum cost we can do is a 5. Actually, no, maximum cost we can do technically is 10. So we want a couple of beefy ones, right? So say 3 level 1s, couple of 2s, 3, a 4, a 5, a 6, and an 8. Seems like a good balanced spread, right? So you got a bunch of smaller ones you can do, and like I'm not.
You'll want 110, right? Because the maximum you can have right now with the way the skills is set up is 10.
Yeah. Yeah, we could do that, but I mean that it would force you to have to channel all the way over. I guess I could just lower it so that's 1 less 2. Maybe just get rid of the 3. So I'll get rid of the 5. We'll make it evens at that point. We'll keep the 3. And then we'll just make a 10.
There you go.
So 3 1s, 2 2s, a 3, a 4, a 6, an 8, and a 10. And then if we spread this throughout each of the affinities, to help to balance it. Okay, to make our lives easier, I think each affinity should have like a basic attack of some kind. Now, depending on the affinity, whether it's going to be like at a good range or something like that, but I think each affinity should have a basic like attack talent.
Yeah.
We'll just name it Strike.
Yep.
So it costs 1. Actually, we can give each affinity, because I can see each affinity having an up close and personal as well as a ranged one.
Well, when I was looking at it and the idea of elements, I was looking at the cantrips for an idea of what you would look at for almost like a first talent. So like for fire, you'd have firebolt or whatever the the cantrip level spell is.
But what I'm thinking is I'm thinking giving the choices. There will be a melee one, a range. Well, actually the three. Oh, that's perfect for the 3 ones. Melee, ranged, safe.
There you go.
Ah, there we go. So your basic level 1 abilities are just, that makes sense. Your basic level 1 abilities are just like damaging abilities. For the 2 talents, the ones where you have to channel a bit, we can make those ones actually be some utility, which arguably utility ends up being a bit stronger than a straight up attack half the time anyways. Okay. Yeah. All right. So we'll say strike is going to be the melee one. I guess we could name it something special for each one, but for now I'm just going to give them a standard name. We'll just strike, shoot, and blast. And we can name them special for each element after, or each affinity afterwards.
Yeah.
Or keep it the same, who knows? Okay, so strike. You channel your affinity to make an attack. A melee attack. A weapon you hold or an unarmed strike. You hold. Use your affinity. Use attribute score of this affinity for your bonus to attack and damage. So if I just make catch-all terms here, then we can just put it in each one.
Yeah.
This attack also deals an extra I'm gonna say 1d4 lightning or thunder damage. And then as we level, so what levels do cantrips level up on again? It's 5. There we go. Cantrips and cantrips. 5, 11, and 17. Yeah, like a cantrip. King Leviathan XO, we are making a class from scratch called the Channeler. Basically, you pick, instead of one subclass like most classes have, you actually pick 2 as your affinities. The ones we have so far are Air, Chaos, Divine. You can see them on the screen. We're going to eventually add some more esoteric, interesting ones like Clockwork and who knows, whatever. You choose 2 of them, and instead of having points that you spend, what it is as you spend points from one affinity, the other affinity gains points. So you have to keep cycling back and forth between them, which I thought was an interesting concept.
I'm back, and I have coffee.
Ooh. Damage increases to 2d4.
Oh, I made strong coffee.
As an action.
I'll be right back.
At 5th level. 3d4 at 11th level and 4d4. 17th level. You know what? Because they get so much less in the way of abilities compared to like a wizard or something, I think instead of as an action, I'm going to say as part of an attack. As part of an attack. We might have to I mean, obviously we're going to have to play test it and balance it as we go.
Yeah.
We might turn it into its own action because, like, if I turn it into an action, it would be the equivalent damage of a cantrip. Because you're getting your weapon attack damage plus, like, your elemental damage or whatever.
Yeah.
If I did it as an action. But the thing is like, wizards don't just have cantrips. They have, like, fucking fireball and shit. Which, even though they're going to get abilities... actually, you know what? I don't know. Because they are going to get talents, but it's not like they have limited uses on their talents. It just goes back and forth forever.
Right.
Maybe I will make it an action.
So how does the slider bar work? Like, say you pick two elements and, like, your slider bar starts in the middle. Do you choose which direction it goes, or...?
Well, yeah, because it's whatever you're using. So if I use air, a strike from air, which is 1 cost, the air goes down, and then the other element I have goes up. So if I have air and fire, and it starts at 1 and 1, and I use air strike, my air level becomes 0, and my fire became 2.
Which would then allow you to use a fire talent that costs 2 points.
Yeah. So then if I used the fire 2, it would bring fire to 0 and air to 2. Or if I used fire 1, it would bring them back to balance where it'd be fire 1, air 1.
So you just keep using fire, but, like, it'll keep diminishing to a point where you're just, like, at 0 fire.
If you go to 0 fire, then your air is maxed. And then you start using air to try and balance it out. This way you have to bounce back and forth between your 2 affinities.
How big of a scale are we talking about on either side?
We started with, you have an essence of 1 for the first 3 levels. Like, it doesn't, at max, like at 17th level, it goes to 5. So it's 5, so 10 points in total, 5 on either side.
Okay.
So, like, it does scale up over time. Like, at 4th level, you've got 2, so that's like 4 in total, basically, because you've got 2 in either direction. Each affinity starts with 2.
Sounds
yeah,
like a really interesting class. A lot of paperwork, but a lot really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it shouldn't be too bad. You have to adjust those 2 numbers over and over. As one goes
Like
up, the other one goes down.
It's kind of like replenishing sorcery points, except that the sorcery points are in 2 pools instead.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
it's
fair.
which, if anything, sorcery points are already in 2 pools because it's the sorcery points and slots.
Yep.
Except it's less complicated because it's a 1-for-1 instead of like this conversion equation. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep it as an action for now, just because once again, this is just like infinite back and forth. And I was going to allow it to scale like a cantrip does based on level, not class level. Because like cantrips work like that. It's like you could take like that 1 level in wizard and then the rest in fighter, and it doesn't matter, your cantrip still scales.
Yep.
No, I like that idea. It's fine. Once again, helps with multi-classing, and multi-classing just means customizing your character. I never have a problem with that. Some DMs are like, oh, I don't like when they multi-class up the wazoo. All they're doing is just like, I think of classes less as who you are and more just as a building block component. It's your class can be one of the Lego bricks that makes up your character. You don't have to be a paladin. I mean, maybe
I've heard like some DMs like say like, oh, the more you restrict your players, the more like it kind of like says about your DMing style.
Yeah, I think, yeah, because there's a lot of GMs that just, I feel like they just feel they can't handle it, so they're like, no, I don't allow it.
Like, I understand restricting players for the fact of like, say, it just doesn't make sense for the story. Like, say,
Yeah.
like originally for your Forge lanes, you didn't want Artificer because like it just didn't make sense.
Yeah, yeah. And then I did change it a bit so Artificer could happen. But even for Forge Lands, like there was very, very limited racial selections. You guys could only choose one of a certain number of things just because it didn't make sense in the story. I have no problems with other races. I think they're great. And I think there's a lot of creativity, and my next campaign will probably be a hell of a lot more open. Just for this one, it didn't make sense. Make a ranged. Range attack with a weapon you hold or unarmed. No, not or an unarmed strike. I'm gonna put with your weapon. Well, but with a ranged attack with a ranged weapon or weapon, the ranged or thrown weapon properties. With a ranged weapon or a weapon with the thrown properties. There we go. Melee weapon. I could see this going really well with monks too. Actually, well, I can see it pretty much going with any character class. This might actually be a better, allow you to play a Monk of the Four Winds better than the Monk of the Four Winds.
Oof, shots fired.
Yeah, you can just take a few levels in Monk and then go into this, and then you're just better at it.
This is going to be the kind of class that nobody wants to cross class because it's that dope.
Maybe, yeah. Okay, and then as an action, you challenge to make send a blast of power at a single target. This attack deals 1d10 damage because we wanted to scale more like a cantrip. 2d10. The blast is the one that's going to have to be more customized to the element. Thing damage. The target must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or suffer 1d10 lightning damage. So as is true with those, it's a save or suck.
That's fair. It's super cheap, right? To be able to pay one.
It's one, and once again, you've got technically infinite points.
You can use it once every other turn if you wanted to. Yeah,
and if you have the blast from your other element, then you could blast every turn. It's just a different element.
So I started blasting.
Hey, I heard you like blast, so I got blast for your blast. Okay.
It's gonna be like the cowbell thing all over again. I need more blast. My life is blast.
So what I'm gonna do here, so I'm gonna go to chaos is gonna be one that's extra special. Okay, so chaos. I'm thinking in the description of chaos, I'm actually going to have a chart for damage, because I think it should just be like, what do you think? Is it too much work to roll it being a random damage type every time?
Like a random element type?
Yeah, like you never know what kind of damage is going to be.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, I don't think it's too much.
There's how many?
And if you don't
12?
like it, don't take chaos.
Is there 12? If it's 11, then D12 with 1 or 12 being a reroll? Or choosing 2 and picking 1?
Where in the player's handbook? Damage and healing. I bet it's under that. Damage types. Here we go. Yeah, because I'm thinking it should... Well, I don't know. Should we include bludgeoning, piercing, slashing? No, we shouldn't, because 2 of them are coming with weapons anyways. I'm thinking. Yeah, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's like 10. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, so in the chaos description, when determining damage for any abilities, damage type, any talents, with a chaos affinity.
And what you could do is you could call that, you could abbreviate that as chaos damage, so that in the descriptors, like this attack also deals an extra 1d4 blank damage, you can put chaos damage.
Yeah. Type of, when determining damage type for any talents of the chaos affinity, roll on this chart. Below chart. Determine what your chaos damage is. Wait. And then we can beep, beep. Chaos damage in bold, so we don't know what's going on here. Insert table 11 down. That we can do 1d10, and damage type is spell. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. What? Okay. All right. And then we are just going to background text. Okay. Acid. Fire. Force. Erotic. Psychic. Radiant and Thunder. There we go. So, and then the rest of it as usual. Use your tribute score. The attack also deals an extra chaos damage. Shoot, it's the same thing. Chaos damage. Blast. We'll just keep that a dexterity save. Chaos. There. All right, having some standards between the affinities is making this easier than I thought it was going to be.
Yep.
Radiant damage. So when we get to these other talents, we're going to have to start getting a little more creative. But I mean, your main strike, shoots, or blast are kind of your bread and butter. I mean, it's D&D. 99% of the rules are about combat.
And we can even like flavor them with cool names in spite of the fact that they all do the same thing anyway.
Yeah. So Earth, I might as well do as acid damage. That's kind of status quo. Fire! What kind of damage should we do for fire? Old.
Just flip the script.
What?
Heard of a frostburn?
How does that make sense? Nature's gonna be poison. Now, when it comes to fire and poison, I think we got to make sure that we give them damn good talents. Because those are the two most resisted elements in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like everything is immune to fire and poison.
Like, figure, there's races out there start with that.
Yeah. So, yeah, we got to make sure they've got some good talents. Shadow. Only the shadow knows. Like, one person out there may get that reference. Necrotic.
I'm always gonna pick Shadow and Fire because I'm super edgy.
That's fucking edgy as shit.
Oh, you two are always going to pick Chaos and something. I guarantee it.
Yeah, Chaos and something else.
Not always. I've got a couple ideas already for this kind of style of combatant.
There we go. Okay. Main level 1 blasting abilities. Dunzo. And we'll see if after we filled out all the other talents of slightly higher levels and whatnot, if we find that we actually burn through them faster than I thought, I might go through and add another, like a real minor one ability for each one of them. But I don't want to make too much work for myself, so we're gonna do the other levels first here. Air.
And it's not that I like chaos, it's just I like the noise that comes out of people when I do chaotic things.
Yeah.
Why'd you do that?
I also want to scale this. So it's 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, and 10. So let me figure out the levels you could actually do that stuff. So 2, you could technically do right at level 1. So we gotta make sure we still make those fairly low as well. 3, you can't do till level 4. Yeah, it was 2, 3, 4. So even 4, you could do at level 4. And then it's 6, 8, and 10. 6, you could do at level 8. 8 at 13, and then 10 at 17. So yeah, it goes up sort of exponent. It goes up slower and slower, which is kind of nice. That's the way it should be. Because I'm not even going to bother putting prerequisites, because I don't need to. Like, why would you? You're not about to choose one that costs 10 when you've only got 2 points in your essence pool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So we want to make the first abilities, the 2's really low. the 3s and 4s are fairly decent. That's like mid tiers going up to 7. So equivalent of almost like 4th level spells, which is pretty beefy. And then it just goes up from there. Okay. Cool. Because I'm just trying to figure out basically equivalent spells to sort of use as standard candles.
Yep.
1 first level spells. 2 first level spells. But utility. 3s. The 3s. First awards, second. 3s can be the equivalent of like 2nd to 4th level spells, really, give or take. Well, probably 3rd, because you don't want it to be as powerful. You're getting it constantly. Oh, yeah, you're getting it constantly. I should really make sure these are slightly underpowered. It's like infinite spells. 4. 3rd level. And was after 4 it started skipping? Yeah, 4 after 4 it started skipping 6, 8, 10. Oh. So 6. Maybe like 4th level equivalent. 8. Yeah. Still around 4th to 5th. Let's say 6 is more like 3rd level, but with utility. Once again, you're getting them possibly an infinite number of times, so we don't want to give them too crazy of utility either. We got to make sure it's not something they can too badly break the game with. And finally 10, which is the big boys. It's like a 4th level utility spell, basically. Okay. All right. I gotta get my 3rd monitor up and running.
Enough screens.
2 is not enough.
Yeah, I didn't know I needed a 3rd monitor until I got one.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my god, I can have a stream over here, I can have a game there, and I have Discord over here, because your second monitor always displays Discord.
If my graphics card could take 3, I would be on 3 right now. It makes me sad.
Come on, go up.
And with the way things are going, graphics card is I'm never gonna have a new graphics card. Damn you Bitcoin miners.
Yeah, honestly.
Spills.
I lucked out and I got my computer together before all this bullshit happened.
Yeah, well, I'm lucky to have, like, I have a 1050 Ti right now. It's a great graphics card. It just only has 2 spots for monitors.
Yeah, I got a GeForce 1660.
It's a good card.
Okay, let's
I won't have to, like, flip that for a while now.
Yeah.
I'm looking at other cantrips right now to give us ideas for. Right now I'm on air.
Eldritch Blast, best cantrip in the game.
Huh.
Oh, they already have an attack. I'm looking for more utility stuff right now.
Oh, okay.
For air, what about True Strike?
True Strike sucks.
It really does.
Lightning Lure.
Yeah, well, I'm not just wanting to copy cantrips. I'm just trying to get inspiration.
No, but for ideas, I mean, if you're looking at
I'm
wind,
thinking something to for air-wise, not just lightning, but thinking something about movement.
Yeah, that's where my head's at. Like, almost like a freedom of movement kind of thing. Like, you don't provoke attacks or opportunities kind of thing if you can cast it as a bonus action.
Because it's not that, I don't consider it that overpowered if, with like a talent of 2 to maybe give yourself 10 feet of fly speed until like the end of your turn or something.
Oh, there you go.
As like a bonus action. So you still get your action on top of that. As a
10 feet fly?
Yeah.
Well, where could you go with 10 feet?
Well, you run up 15 feet, 10 feet straight up as like a big jump or something.
Fair enough.
And when you reach higher levels, I mean, you could theoretically keep it up, I guess. Well, I guess not. It's bonus action. But well, what do you think? 15 feet? I don't want to make it like your full movement.
No, I would think like half your movement speed. Because that way, if you're more dexterous, you just know how to move better.
Yeah, okay.
Like, say if you have like levels of monk and whatnot, you got like 40 feet, you could be like 20 feet of movement flying. So like fly half your movement. So that way, if you really wanted to, you could spend your whole turn and double move and get your full fly movement speed.
Well, no, because it doesn't work like that. Because dash is to move again. It doesn't increase your base speed.
Okay.
But as a bonus action, you gain a fly speed equal to half your base movement until the end of your turn. Works.
That's enough to get it past obstacles.
Once again, you start multiclassing in like monk or something. Monk, mobility feat, centaur.
Yeah. God.
All the speed.
Yeah. I have 60 base.
Yeah, and that's that can be way more useful than jumping per se, because you can because you don't have to have a running start to it. You could just fly to get over, say, like a small gap or up a ledge or something without having to use double movement to scale it. Or risk falling if it's a jump, and then you've still got the rest of your speed because you can still move up to your movement speed. Okay, and let's start. Well, I'm gonna keep the strike, shoot, blast. I think I'm gonna keep those names on all of them just so that it's not confusing. Or should I flavor them and make them something different?
I think at the moment they're fine. Like, you always go back and flavor them afterwards. But this way, like, at a glance, you can just be like, all right, this is what this kind of does. That's
true. Okay, yeah. I guess it makes it easier for the DM as well. I'm going to call this one, like, Wind Step. It's pretty self-explanatory.
Like, especially with, like, air. Like, when I think of air, like low damage, but, like, you, like, pushing and pulling and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, there's another one we could do. Basically like a ranged grapple. But it's
like
versus your save DC.
It's like DC whatever dexterity check to not be shoved X amount of feet.
Oh yeah. Oh well.
Buff it.
Kind of like the enhanced mage hand. How you can use it to shove people, right?
Yeah. Or I'm thinking either shove or pull.
Shove or pull? Okay.
Or actually just move in a direction.
You possibly even knock them to the ground.
Yeah, because I'm thinking not only just laterally, but up, down if they're flying.
It's like in Pathfinder, not Pathfinder, in 5th edition, being knocked to the ground isn't terrible anymore. Like, it was, you got knocked to the ground at 5th or 3.5, you were screwed.
Mm-hmm.
You got 5 people standing over you, just waiting to wail on you as soon as you stand up. Now it's just half your movement. Or 15 feet.
Oh, that's one thing I should add to the blast. I didn't put a range on the blast. I gotta go through blasts and add a range. You're gonna have decent range for them. I mean, it's it's either 60 or 120 feet for a lot of them. So I'm gonna say 60 feet for the buffet. Maybe I should use a different word than buffet, though. Too many people are gonna read that and think buffet.
Buffet.
What's another word to be like buffeted by wind? To be
Pelted?
I think pelted. You think more like stones hitting you and stuff,
Yeah, that's
like
more
small
something-
physical objects.
Yeah.
Thesaurus. Buffet. Hit repeatedly.
Cafeteria? The first thing that comes up. Smorgasbord.
Batter's not bad.
Yeah, batter's not bad. Thrashed.
What about wind beat?
Wind beat. Yeah, well, I didn't want to use wind in all of the names.
I see.
We had wind step. I didn't want to be wind something. Hoping to branch out a bit. Yeah, fuck it. I'll keep a buffet. If people want to read buffet, that's on them.
Yeah. Well, that's just them not being pog.
Yeah, exactly. I'll be right back again. I have been just consuming the liquids today. Oh my gosh.
I feel that.
That's good. Hydration is important.
Okay. All right. I've been trying to push myself to drink more water lately because I know I don't drink enough. My body's like, that's too much liquids. I don't know how Kyle does it. He always drinks these giant tubs of water. Always drinking.
It's got a shit bucket.
Let's phrase this better. As an action, you can target a creature in 60 feet. Force it to make a, I'm gonna say strength saving throw. If the fails, can move the target up to, what do you think is a good distance? 10 feet?
Yeah, that would keep it on par with like Eldritch Blast and whatnot.
In a direction of your choosing.
Oh, they have to make a save. Then I would actually increase the distance because there's no save on Eldritch Blast. They just get moved. And they get damaged. So I would actually increase it to maybe even 15 to 20 feet. I would say 15. 15 is
Move the target up to...
Get back, motherfucker. You don't know me like that.
Wait. If the target fails, you move the target up to a number of 5-foot increments multiplied by your proficiency bonus.
that works.
So it starts out at 10 feet and then goes up.
So like high levels, you're like throwing people like 30 plus feet away.
Yeah, at high levels, yeah, you're throwing people like 30 feet away. I mean, you gotta be up there. You gotta be like 17th level, but yeah. Yeah, okay. You can target an unattended object. Let's see. You can target a creature up to large size than 60 feet of you.
What do you mean I can't wind whip a dragon? That's not fair.
I should be able to shove the Tarask 30 feet that direction. I think at that point they're big enough that the wind just ain't gonna do it. There's a reason the suckers have them big. Just yeah, they don't worry about the wind.
Well, there's some merit to being able to like have wind push bigger objects because there's more surface space.
Well, we could do a higher level talent for that, but for the level 2.
Oh yeah, level 2. You're not. Yeah. What's the scale? What's the limit? Like your size?
I was putting a large size creature or smaller.
Okay, that works.
So like you could still like wind buff it like an ogre, but if it starts, you can't wind buff it a titan. Not with a level 2.
And it's not just away from you, like it's a direction, right?
Yeah, I said pick a direction.
Oh,
So like,
okay, yeah.
it's full on, like if you don't want to do like the cyclone under their feet to rocket them in the sky or something. And then I was also going to put, you can target an unattended object.
Oh shit! Our rules lawyer's here. What's up, Brian?
Hey, nerds.
Hey,
Okay, you should probably go over this with him. He'll help.
Oh god.
the rules lawyer is here.
Brian's gonna have a shit.
Yeah.
So
We're inventing a class right now.
we're making a baby.
Oh, cool. Aw.
The premise of this
Does
is
it have your eyes?
hopefully. The premise of this is we've temporarily named it the Channeler. I'm not sure if we're sticking with that or not right now, but we've temporarily named it the Channeler. And
Okay.
the purpose of this, and you don't get subclasses as normal. It's almost like you pick 2 subclasses because you pick 2 affinities. Think of it in a way kind of like the kineticist, but not.
Okay.
Because I liked. Do you remember the game Wolcen? Sort of like a Diablo clone.
I never actually played it. I never got around to
One of the things I liked in that was the fact that a lot of the classes had sort of opposing elements to them. Like if you had like your rage and mana, then as you used one and it got less, the other one got bigger. So you had to keep going back and forth. You'd have to use some combat abilities and then some magic abilities and like keep bouncing back and forth in order to keep using abilities. I liked that concept. So in this case, we decided to make it affinities, and we've got like a bunch of affinities was air, chaos, divine, earth, fire, nature, psychic, shadow, water. You choose 2 of them, and it's basically you're bouncing back and forth between the 2 of them.
Okay.
And cool. You gain sort of built-in abilities. Let's go through here. We've gone through a lot of stuff. Let's go through the basics here. We'll go right from the beginning.
It has been 3.5 hours of just straight theory crafting.
Yeah, we're just making a thing from scratch. It's turning out to be a communal baby here. So it's a D8 hit die class.
Okay, makes sense.
Light armor to start with. Simple weapons. No tools. It's Constitution and Charisma. I wasn't fully happy with that, but I want Constitution and Wisdom makes more sense, but that's a no combination. Because that's just no. Some skills, equipment. It's just like a light crossbow and 20 bolts, or simple weapon, a pack, leather armor, simple weapon, and 2 daggers. Just basic stuff. Affinities. So you start with 2 affinities, and you start with a certain amount of essence points. Basically, you start at 1 in each affinity. So say you start with water and fire. You start after a short or long rest with 1 point in each. And say I use a fire ability that costs 1 point. That brings my fire to 0 and my water to 2, because it went up from 1 to 2. Now I could use a water ability of 1 or 2, bringing it down and bringing the fire back up.
Okay.
And this way, it's not like limited. Like I've ran out of my abilities. Great, now I'm just hitting with a dagger the rest of the day. No, technically you've got infinite, but you have to bounce them back and forth between the 2. And then the points just reset back to balance on a short or long rest, basically.
Okay, I kind of like that.
Talents, basically, these are the powers you get. The talents from each affinity. The most basic talents we have are one that you can imbue your melee attack with your affinity, one where you can imbue a ranged attack with your affinity, or just a straight up blast that's equivalent to a cantrip, basically.
Yeah.
With the affinity. Balance is almost like converting sorcery points. You can just spend a bonus action to shift your balance if you didn't want to, say, use an actual ability to shift it. You could just be like, I'm just going to shift it over, starting at 1, and 2 at level 8, and 3 at 17. Style focus is what you get at 3rd level. Now you can choose body, reflexes, or mind. Body, you get a +2 with any talents that use a melee attack roll. And that's just talents, not all melee attack rolls, just talents that use a melee attack roll.
Yeah.
Proficiency in medium armor, and a proficiency, I should put not a medium weapon, and proficiency.
Damage, I assume.
I just had it to the attack roll, not the damage.
Okay, just attack roll. Okay.
Yeah. Because you're already getting extra damage. Well, you're already getting extra damage with it anyways, using the ability. So, and then proficiency with a melee weapon of your choice. So if you want to start branching out at 3rd level into some martial weapons, you can do so. Just if you want to be more of a Gish type character, basically. Reflexes is basically the same thing, but for ranged attacks, and you don't get armor out of it. You still get a weapon of your, a ranged weapon of your choice in this case. Mind is you get a +2 to the save DC of any talents that require a saving throw.
Okay.
11th level is corruption. You can basically corrupt one of your affinities to when you take, when you choose new affinities or replace affinities when you level up. You can, like, say you have earth and air. You decide to corrupt air with fire. So whenever you take an ability, you can choose a fire talent, and it counts as like an air talent for you because you corrupted air with fire.
Okay.
So it's kind of like getting a 3rd affinity, but it's not actually having it, and you're using the stats, your air stats, for that fire ability. And no idea what we're doing for the capstone ability yet. Now the
power goes here.
The attacks and saving throws for each affinity is going to be different. Like air is dexterity, chaos is going to be charisma, divine is wisdom.
They're based off different stats. Yeah, I could see that. That makes good sense.
Yay, he likes it.
Well, we're just working on the first one right now, which is air.
So those would be your casting stats, right?
That's basically what your save DCs are based off of, as well as the fact when you do the strike or the shoot, you use that attribute for the attack and damage. So if you're doing strike, for instance, you're making an melee attack using your dexterity. This way, theoretically, you could use strike to make any weapon sort of finessable. Of course, only as long as you have points in air. And you deal extra lightning or thunder damage.
That's cool.
But it's as an action. It's not as part of the attack. So
yeah,
you can't do it. You can't be doing it multiple times. Unless you have...
it's one attack, yeah.
Yeah, unless you get extra actions, like you've action surged or something. I wanted it to scale like that because it's infinite, like back and forths, and you don't have a limited number you can do. I was kind of worried about that getting abused otherwise.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And then, yeah, Blast is the only one that does a little bit more damage. It's a D10. And then it's scale, and they all scale as per a cantrip, basically. Whereas the strikes and shoots are D4s, just because you're doing it on top of your weapon damage.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now for air, so far so those are the one costs. For the 2 costs so far for air, we have Wind Step, which as a bonus action, you get a fly speed equal to half of your base movement until the end of your turn. And then Buffet, which is the one we're currently typing up, is as an action, you can target a creature up to large size within 60 feet of you and force it to make a strength saving throw. If the target fails, you move the target up to a number of 5-foot increments multiplied by your proficiency bonus.
Okay, so it starts at 10 feet and gets further as you go.
Yeah. And then I was just about to write, you can target an unintended object up to, and then I was going to pick a weight.
I mean, if you're moving around large creatures, the weight probably be up there. But there definitely should be a cap. I don't want to be like people going, I'm throwing this house into the air.
Yeah. It's not like you're holding it there. It's just like a gust that throws it.
Yeah.
Well, what kind of weights do large creatures normally have? Like 400 or 500 pounds?
Yeah, something like that. I would put a cap of like 500 pounds.
Target an unintended object up to 500 pounds in weight. And you can target and move. We'll put alternately.
Okay. So to put this in perspective, an ogre roughly weighs anywhere between 600 to 650 pounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think 500 pounds of an unintended object is pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
Especially if you're launching this at somebody.
Well, that's the other thing I'm thinking of. So if we launch this, if the object strikes an individual, if the object will impact with an individual or let's put a creature, they must make a, say, dexterity saving throw.
Yeah.
Throw or take I'd say bludgeoning damage of, I don't want to make it too crazy.
Well, let's look at the catapult spell and go from there.
Mm-hmm.
The catapult spell is first level spell where you fling something small at something that does 3d8 damage. So maybe, I don't know. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one's a dex save.
What's the weight limit on the catapult spell?
Small. It's a small item. It's only like a few pounds.
And it does 3d8?
Yeah, because it's being magically propelled like super fast, I guess.
If you're able to use this ability to make a ranged attack with this thing, I would lower it from 500 pounds.
Well, so keep in mind, the range is only 10 feet.
Yeah, but it costs 2, and you can cast it if you're at first level. You can cast it once every other turn.
Yeah.
I would actually probably say, like, you can't target unattended objects until later, because you could, like, that would definitely be like a higher tier thing then.
Or just make it so it. Yeah.
I'm just making it low damage because it's not like it's necessarily falling on you so much as it just got pushed into you.
I don't know, 2d8 maybe.
Yeah, I'm thinking 2d8, and it's a saber suck.
Yeah, so it'd be like a car just slowly like rolled into you kind of thing.
Yeah. It'll in the end it'll end up doing less damage than your blast ability, because your blast ability at level 5 is already doing 2d10. It's just the fact that you're also having the effect of moving an object, so that's not bad. Yeah, that's pretty good. I like that. Yeah, okay. Because I wanted to keep those the 1 and 2 cost abilities close to almost like a cantrip in power. Because I'm trying to keep them fairly dramatically, considering their infinite use, basically. I'm trying to keep them as low as possible. Power scale wise. Whereas like the 3 cost one be maybe more equivalent of like a really useful cantrip or kind of a crappy first level spell. Here. Spears. Let's look at the first level. Because we've got our base attacks, so I definitely wanted to make these more utility than anything else. Three is kind of an oddball one as far as the numbers are concerned. I'm almost thinking something equivalent of kind of like my panic shell spell. Just like this, like gust of wind to try and block or absorb some of the force of an incoming like damage or something.
Yeah,
Ooh,
like a wind wall or something like that.
Yeah, like
as a reaction,
like a reactionary ability. Like you have to have the 3 points charged up, so there's a good reason why you might want to be using your other ability to keep those 3 points in your air. It's kind of a tactical decision at that point.
Yeah, so at that point, if you know you're getting like hit by ranged stuff and you have 3 points in your air, yeah, it would be situational, but I think it should be powerful at the same time.
Yeah.
It's like the stars aligned, and that suddenly that ballista bolt's no longer hitting me because.
And that could be useful if, like, say you've got like air and fire, and like fire is going to have like more like damaging abilities, and so like you've damaged a bunch with your fire shit in your turn, and then you save your 3 points now that your air is maxed, and you wait for it to use that as your protection on your turn and stuff. So it's a sort of a tactical mindset, having to think about it. I like that.
all I can think of is Yasuo's wind wall in League of Legends. It just works.
So it's pretty much just like you activate this ability if you have the points available, and it just negates a ranged attack.
I was thinking it being more like Panic Shell, where it just like maybe reduces incoming damage.
Maybe it gives resistance to a ranged attack damage.
Yeah.
Because it's slowing it down.
Yeah, that could work. Because I don't see it being as useful versus melee.
What if instead of you stopping the attack, it was like you being able to like move yourself away from the attack? Like as a reaction, you like blow yourself back or blow yourself to the side so you don't get hit.
That's interesting. That would give it more flavor than just stopping damage a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe give it a bonus to AC and reflex saves or something.
Yeah,
Yeah, kind of like
As a reaction.
yeah, I like that. I
what
like
is it,
that.
shield. It's a shield, right?
Shield adds to your AC. I mean, it wouldn't be as good as shield because it doesn't last the entire round, but at the same time,
Yeah.
shields consumes a spell slot, whereas you can gust away theoretically every other round if you really needed to.
Yeah.
So against one attack makes sense. And gust away is just my working title for now. We'll figure out something better afterwards. Okay, so as a reaction, and I still like the thought of moving you like 5 feet over, like to basically that's why your AC increased.
Yeah.
As a reaction, if you have a vacant space adjacent to you, as a reaction when attacked, gotta treat this like an if structure. As a reaction when attacked, gotta rules lawyer the shit out of this. If you have a vacant space adjacent to you, you attempt to dodge that attack. Now this is before the attack hits, or should it be like shield as like a reaction when an attack hits, or when an attack is about to hit?
Well, it's a reaction, right? So, like, yeah, if the attack hits, you take your reaction like you would with shield, and basically just sidestep the attack, like use the wind to like blow yourself back a 5 foot.
Okay,
Stat.
when
Reaction.
someone
So when you are hit by an attack,
when someone makes a successful ranged attack against you,
are we doing it just range attacks, or are you giving a bonus on like reflex saves too? With this,
Yeah, because why wouldn't
Yeah.
that work for melee as well?
when you hit, maybe when you are hit by a ranged attack or fail a dex save.
okay. Well, the melee attack, I don't see it as much because it's almost like an opportunity attack situation. Like they're reaching out to hit you. I kind of like it just being ranged attack or dex saves.
Yeah.
But I agree that, so as a reaction, when you fail a dex dexterity saving throw, or if a ranged attack is successfully made against you, if you have an adjacent space, or if you have a vacant space adjacent to you, you can attempt to dodge that attack. Your AC against that attack, your AC or saving throw roll against it is increased by, say, +4. Seems pretty standard.
Maybe it's reusable a lot.
Maybe +2.
Maybe plus. I'd say a 3.
3?
3's nice and
Okay.
round because it's a nice hoppy medium between a spell and like the War Wizard ability.
And you move 5 feet in of your choosing.
Like the War Wizard can like do it all day for free, get a +2 to AC or a +4 against the save,
Yeah.
but they can only cast a cantrip the next round. So I'd say a +3 that's reusable. It's like technically reusable, but it uses some resource that you have to build up. I'd say a +3 is probably
Yeah, that's pretty decent.
fair.
So let me reread this, make sure it's good. As a reaction, when you fail a dexterity saving throw, or if a ranged attack is successfully made against you, before the damage is applied, Or actually, let's reboard this. You fail a dexterity saving throw, or if a ranged attack is about to be successfully made against you. If you have a vacant space adjacent to you, you can attempt to dodge that attack. To use the power of wind to protect yourself. Your AC or saving throw roll. Your AC or saving throw against it is increased by +3, and you move 5 feet in a direction of your choosing. Here, let's rearrange. We're gonna get rid of the if you have an adjacent space part. To a vacant location. You can move 5 feet in a direction of your choosing to a vacant location. Hopefully I worded that right. Now, if your air is more about being movable and dexterous, I mean, you're not trying to get all up in their business normally.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe like a straight like damage reduction talent for like Earth or whatever.
Yeah.
Since I'm assuming that'll be one. Maybe that one will have like a straight up damage reduction talent.
Mm-hmm.
Some.
All right. Now, fourth.
I got a decent one for number 4.
Yeah.
It's less of a damaging one and more of just like incapacitating people. So I was looking at Fireball and I was like, I really like Fireball. It's a nice big area of effect, but it's like I would probably increase the range to like maybe 30 feet, and you pick a point, and it's pretty much just like almost like an explosion of air, where it like knocks people down and blinds them because it kicks up dust into their eyes.
Okay. Now remember, theoretically, you could do this at level 4.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind of when these abilities are theoretically usable by.
Yeah.
And how many times you can technically use them.
I mean, if it's fucking them up a little bit and not doing like a shit ton of damage, then yeah, I could see that.
I would say it didn't do any damage. You'd probably just knock them down and blind them.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
So DC Dex save versus being knocked down and blinded.
Whirlwind, maybe we'll call it.
I'd say maybe a little bit of damage, like 2d6 or 2d8 or something, because they're like being smacked by random shit flying around.
Yeah.
In the whirlwind, like not a lot of damage, but like a little.
And
bit.
if we make it bludgeoning damage specifically, then there's a good chance they'll be resistant or immune to it anyways later on. So in which case it doesn't count as much as if it was like force damage or something, or lightning.
Yeah, like 2d6 it knocks them prone or something maybe.
And we're just making this on like a single target.
I was thinking area effect.
That would be a lot for an area of effect. For a level 4 character to suddenly prone, blind, and damage everybody in a large area.
Yeah, that's pretty powerful.
Yeah.
A wizard wouldn't be able to do that until like level 13.
What about like a small area?
Yeah, we could, if we did like a 10-foot.
Like a 10-foot cube, but just like wind whipping around really quickly.
And still, like, they could literally do this every other round, remember?
Yeah. Yeah, if that's every other round, yeah, one target's pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
If we take out the blinded, maybe just like prone and 2d6 of damage, maybe a 10-foot cube.
Okay, I have some ideas. So as an action, as a whirlwind target single creature. must make I'm thinking strength saving throw or be knocked prone, which really sucks for flying creatures. Or be knocked prone.
Oh yeah, flying creature slammed into the ground.
Strength saving throw. On a fail, they are knocked prone and take. We were thinking what, 2d6? Is that what we're
Yeah,
thinking?
2d6 bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, just a little.
Bludgeoning.
little
Once again,
crack.
sabers suck, so no biggie. Take 2d6 bludgeoning damage. I'm thinking we could, instead of blinded, as an action, cause a. I don't know why it doesn't like the word cause there, whatever. I was thinking instead of that, cause the area the creature is in. So as an action, we'll target single creature, say until the beginning of your next turn. Whirlwind to target a single creature's. How about a single target a. How about a 5-foot radius? I'm having an idea here. So action causes a whirlwind to target a 5-foot radius till the beginning of your next turn. Because I'm thinking it's not too bad if it's targeting multiple creatures, if it's a strength save and they're just being knocked prone at the moment.
I was thinking of an option for that, like either in addition to or instead of, like have them maybe considered grappled by this whirlwind.
I was actually thinking of causing the area to have partial cover.
That'd work too.
Both in and out. So that sucks for them, but also kind of for your party.
Yeah. It's hard to see them with all the shit swirling around.
I guess it does kind of act like their own little personal wind wall. So
Yeah.
rangers throwing arrows into there, it might. But it will incapacitate a person for a while.
Yeah. And it doesn't affect melee guys at all.
Yeah.
Melee guys can still just walk into that shit and be like, bah, bah. As an action, to target a 5-foot radius at the beginning of your turn. I'm going to rephrase that. As a whirlwind to target a 5-foot radius. I'm just going to do the cover bit lasting until the beginning of your turn. All creatures in the area must make a strength saving throw. On a fail, they are knocked prone and take 2d6 bludgeoning damage until the beginning of your next turn. The area is considered not cover, obscured. The obscured thing. What are the rules for obscured?
Is that?
Heavily obscured. Here we are. A heavily obscured area, such as darkness, opaque fog, dense foliage blocks vision. They do technically suffer from the blinded condition. However, anyone looking into that area is also basically considered blinded to it. That would also sort of affect melee people that wade in. Yeah, I like it. I don't mind it. It affects your party as much as it affects them.
Yeah, it's more of a lockdown ability more than just I'm gonna, trap them here so that our melee guys can fuck them up.
I think I have a good offensive one for the 6.1.
Okay, let me just double check this one. So for whirlwind, once again, we can rename all these afterwards. So as an action, cause a whirlwind to target a 5-foot radius. All creatures in the area must make a strength saving throw. On a fail, they are knocked prone and take 2d6 bludgeoning damage. Until the beginning of your next turn, the area is considered heavily obscured due to the dust and debris.
I'd say that's fair.
Yep.
There we go. I considered making it safe for half, but I realized that's a lot of effects going on already. So, and the bludgeoning damage is really them being tossed about more than anything. Okay, all right. So the 6 ability, when can we do 6 abilities? So that's at level 8. So we can start to make these a little bit chunkier now.
I was thinking of Last Airbender, like wind blades.
Okay, all right. So giving them another offensive, like actual damaging ability. Something, it's nice to have something that's a little bit more difficult to use, but damaging nevertheless.
Yep. And something that'll give them a good like ranged attack to have, or like to choose from, a ranged talent to choose from.
Air, so like air blades. Okay, so how do we want these to work? Sort of a thinking like what, Cloud of Daggers type of thing. Let's look at Cloud of Daggers just to see here. Nope. Because that's actually right about the right range that we're looking at for spell equivalency. And Cloud of Daggers is, you probably don't, well, a lot of people don't realize, is actually one of the best low-level damaging spells. Because there's no save. You just take the damage. It's just damage, no save. You fill the air with spinning daggers in a cube 5 feet on each side, center into point. So it's 44 slashing damage. So and instead of being like a duration thing, since I like the fact that most of these abilities they're not lasting. Like you constantly have to use them is kind of the point. Yep. I like the fact that it would just be like, boom, you do it and it's done. But that seems like a fairly good, so damage type. $44.
I'm back.
Just
Welcome
piercing
back.
damage.
Yeah, well, I don't mind it being slashing either. I think slashing makes sense.
Or slashing, yeah.
I'm just trying to... So it's... You... Fill a 5-foot cube with, let's call it...
Focused wind blades?
Say like cutting air.
Wind rakes?
I'm trying to stay away from using the word wind, because we've already used it several times.
Wind this. Wind
Yeah, I don't want to use wind every 2 seconds. We still have wind step and whirlwind so far. I was just thinking cutting air. You fill a 5-foot cube with whipping, or with slicing air. Blades made of pure air. How about a ranged attack roll?
Yeah.
Instead of a save.
Essentially. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's... I would agree with range attack.
Your ranged weapon attack with proficient, well, ranged back. Proficiency.
This is something they could do at the 6th level, so it'd be pretty chunky every other attack.
Not really considered spell attacks. I'm gonna say they're weapon attacks.
Yeah, ranged. I would say a ranged melee attack almost.
Well, that's not a. That's not really a thing.
It is now.
It would be a range. It's either ranged or melee.
All right, it would be a ranged attack because you could do it from a distance.
Yeah, I mean you're using the same. You're using your dexterity no matter what because it's air. Unless, of course, this was corrupted onto another element. You feel blades made of pure air. Make a ranged weapon attack with weapon attack. With the base damage of the attack being I don't know, for having to channel to get 6 points, 44 does not seem like enough.
Either up the damage a bit or make it hit
A bigger area.
a bigger area.
Yeah. I kind of like the idea of air being bigger areas. Like these large whipping winds.
Yeah, maybe make that one like a 10-foot cube.
Yeah, so you fill a 10-foot cube with blades made of pure air. A ranged weapon attack with the base damage of the attack being... 44 still doesn't seem like enough. Like, I know you're getting your 44 plus your, like, dexterity mod on it.
Yeah.
It feels like enough for the frequency that you can use it, though.
That's true, that's true.
And the fact that it's hitting multiple targets. Potentially.
Yeah, okay, 44 does seem like enough, you're right.
You can hit up to four, if they're medium or small, you can hit up to 4 targets with this if they're grouped together.
It's true.
Yeah, that's crowd control right there, and that's every other turn. That's 44 adds up.
Yeah, okay.
So if I hit 4 creatures with that, that's 12d4 damage.
Yeah. And at 6, it starts getting a little bit harder to do it every other
16d4
turn.
damage if you hit 4.
Yeah.
Oh, that.
Math.
Yeah, you'd like really have to like hard focus what affinities you're using to be able to use the higher level ones.
If
right?
it's an area of effect, I need to change it from a ranged weapon attack to a save, though.
Or it could be you make a ranged weapon attack against each target.
Oh, yeah, that's even better, because I would like it to be a weapon attack.
Yeah, you just make a separate attack roll against each targeted enemy.
Against each creature in the area. So it's giving you multiple attacks.
Yeah.
Cool.
What
Yeah.
about shaping the space? Would you be because it's wind? Like you could do like a 10-foot line, or I guess it'd be 20-foot line. Or would that give it too much utility?
I'm thinking for simplicity's sake, just keep it as it as is. Yeah, we'll just 10-foot cube, which I know the cube doesn't make as much sense with air, but at the same time, D&D mechanics.
Yeah.
The world is cubes and squares. Yeah, because I didn't want everything to be a save. All right. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good.
I'm pretty sure Foundry does let you do that, where you can target multiple people and roll separate attacks.
Or alternatively, other than a cube, that you can make that one a cone.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, breath weapon mechanics. Let's fucking go.
15-foot cone, maybe?
Yeah.
The kind of stick with the standard.
Yeah, that way you can still potentially hit multiple targets, but not really many more than you would normally.
Yeah.
With cube, you're still probably only hitting,
That's a good idea. Makes it a little
Like
more
2 to 4
targetable
times.
either as
and
well.
more like and more like that gust of wind kind of feel rushing out from something.
Okay, I like that.
So that takes it from like being only able to hit 4 people. You can now hit up to 7 people. However, you're theoretically closer, and you no longer have a ranged element to it.
Yeah, you're more in danger.
Yeah,
you're
I
on
like
top of
that.
people.
It's not so much like, hey, 30 feet away, I'm going to set this like wind blade.
And also, when you start getting to these larger numbers like 6, it actually does get a little bit harder to do it every other turn, because that means in order to get it back immediately on your turn, you'd probably have to use another 6 ability. And what if you didn't want to use another 6 ability from your other element? What if you wanted to use another smaller ability? That might start to split your points up again. And then so it does get a little tougher to manage your maximums. Like you sort of have to start setting yourself up tactically, which I like. I think that's great. You have to be crafty and think ahead of time. This is definitely not a newbie class.
This is a thinking man's class.
Yeah.
And that's assuming that you're saving all of your air stuff and not using it for like gust away and
or your wind step or something. Yeah, because if you use your gust away to suddenly protect yourself when you had 6, now you've got 3 left, and you're like, God damn fuck. Yeah. Okay. I like that. I think that's fairly well balanced. Yeah. All right. So 8. Theoretically, you could do that by 13th level if you planned it just right. Now we can start to get the slightly beefier things.
What levels are you giving this class? The main class features? Because I noticed you had, what was it, an 11th level one?
It was working a little differently, actually. It's subclasses. You're constantly getting talents from them.
Yeah, I mean, just like some of the main, like you got corruption in there.
It's pretty much following in line with the warlock.
One thing I would add, actually, looking at the main table, at an earlier level, like 6th or 7th, I would add resistance to your affinity's elements, and then immunity at a higher level.
Okay. Yeah.
So like for air, you would do like resistance to electricity.
Well, how about instead of getting resistance to both right off the bat, how about at like level 5, you get resistance 1 affinity, first affinity. Then say at like level 9, resistance 2nd affinity. I mean, immunity is pretty beefy.
Yeah, that's why I said higher level. Like
that's
you're looking
like
at
15 plus.
Yeah,
I'm thinking what I'm doing. What I'm thinking is resistance of 1 affinity at 5th level, or resistance of your 2nd affinity at 9th level, immunity to 1 affinity at 17th level, and that's it. You only get immunity from the 1 sort of your focus.
Okay.
I don't know. Just fifth level seems like just to me a weird spot to get a class feature.
Yeah, 6 does kind of seem better.
Attack or something to boost your like base damages somehow.
Well, I was just thinking 5th level because that's when like wizard gets fireball, and it tends to be a big level for spellcasters.
And I mean, we don't have to fit the table norm.
6 works as well.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of. It's a tough call to go with it because you're flipping back and forth between 2 affinities. I guess one could be like a primary one, which explains
how about
resistance first, or
how about essentially you have resistance to both, but depending on which points you have more in, that's the one you have a resistance for.
Here's an idea. You have resistance to the element of your affinity as long as you have essence points in it. So if one of them's at 0, you lose your resistance to it.
Okay. So if you're maxing yourself out for one reason or another.
If you're keeping it balanced.
So at low levels, you're less likely to have your resistance because you're more likely to be at 0 for something, and then as you level, you're more likely to keep both your resistances, which actually kind of balances out. Okay, so I'm just going to keep resistance.
That kind of fits with the flow of the class too, because your class is all about like balance.
So resistance is, we'll say it's 6th level.
Yeah, it's more incentive not to just blow your load on your big abilities, because all the time, and keep a little bit in both. That way, you keep your resistances up. If you're ever at 0, your resistance drops to that element.
And then 17, that would change to immunity.
That's pretty beefy to get 2 things immunity,
Yeah,
though, especially when you're getting it
that's-
most of the time now.
I would even probably make that part of your
I can't think of anything else in D&D that would even remotely give you that.
Yeah, I'd say maybe immunity, maybe at the capstone.
Yeah.
As
Yeah.
part of the capstone. That's as part of the capstone ability.
Like one of 2 things. One of them is immunity.
Maybe at 17 you get resistance to like the other elements that aren't your chosen affinities.
Yeah, I'll have to think on that one. But let me put in the affinity resistance ability here at 6th level.
Yeah. Because I was thinking of something else for like 14th level too. For later. Like a 14th level class feature, which is normally around another point where they get one. So if they're based around, if this is based kind of around Warlock gets them at like 6, 10, 14, and
Yeah, but this also gets
higher.
way more abilities already than the Warlock because of the
So
talents.
I was thinking even at 14, just give the class the ability to like use talents of like X amount of points or less as a bonus action instead of an action. So it's like weaker abilities by that point. You can now use it as a bonus action instead of eating up your whole action.
Yeah, maybe. I'm just, the rest of it's already pretty well balanced. I'm just worried it's going to start getting a little too beefy. Because it's already getting a lot. Like, you're getting... You said by what level you were saying it should get that?
I was saying at like level 14, so like later.
14. So they've already got 14 other special abilities that they're using.
Yeah.
Which is a lot.
Well, it's just some of them at higher levels aren't probably going to get used very much.
Yeah.
It's incentive to use some of the smaller, like earlier ones at later levels. Like, cause like really, once you're getting higher, beefier stuff, like the smaller, like couple of point ones probably aren't getting used all that much at that level. Because if they're
That's
taking
true.
up an action, most people are gonna see. It's like, why am I gonna spend an action on a like little 2-point
true.
thing when I can use a beefier one in its place?
Let me write this one before we talk further. The affinity resistance.
Yeah.
I'm already forgetting it. We've moved on too fast. At 6th level. As long as you have sense points. Or as long as or now see the resistance thing. I don't think that's gonna work. Because like what's the resistance for chaos? Or some of the other ones we talked to, what's the resistance for clockwork?
But I think that's something we need to figure out before we continue.
Because I wanted to eventually make some more interesting affinities that weren't just elemental based.
Yeah.
Well, why don't I
Yeah,
do
I
this?
guess we'd have to.
At 6th level, as long as you have essence, or as long as your essence points for an affinity are greater than 0, you have resistance to the listed type in the affinity. What we can do is we can just customize it with each affinity instead of having to make a long list here.
Yeah.
We're just gonna have to figure out something special for chaos.
Or just put like a little chart or something like the dragon ancestries and their elements or stuff like that.
Ability is dexterity. Distance is lightning. For air. Chaos ability is charisma. Distance is, I have no clue.
Psychic, maybe?
There's already a psychic one though.
Oh, never mind then. I wasn't sure which ones you had yet, so other resistances from chaos.
Bludgeoning, slashing, piercing.
Yes, there you go.
Be like a barbarian. Mind you, that's on all the time, unlike a barbarian, which is only getting it during a rage.
Which is all the time.
I don't know.
When is in combat?
Maybe?
In combat, when is a barbarian not in its rage? Even in
What about out of combat situations? You don't always want to waste your rage just to jump off a building.
Well, here, what damage types are there right now in your chaos table there? Okay, it could be a little bit of everything when determining the damage type for any talents. Okay, so you're rolling for damage every time?
Yes. We were having that every time you rolled for damage with chaos, a talent, it's random.
Huh. I mean, with chaos, I guess we can keep it. Maybe with chaos, it fluctuates. Your resistance is whatever the last damage type you caused.
That's a lot to keep track of, though.
Yeah. A bit. Just have to remember. Oh,
that's fine for us, but this is already a lot of paperwork for the regular person. I want to make this as inclusive for everybody as possible.
Yeah, this class is already kind of very heavy paperwork, which I don't mind. But like having to remember another thing, like I used.
I mean, it's not that much paperwork. It's one sliding scale of a number. It's like
lots of paperwork.
Or you roll after a long rest on that table.
Okay, yeah, special.
Okay.
All right.
That you're only rolling once per long rest, and it's like whatever you roll on the table, that's your resistance for the day.
I like that. So it's like, today I have resistance necrotic. Tomorrow I have resistance to lightning.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can I just get resistance force forever?
No. That way it fluctuates. If you luck out and get force resistance, hey, good on you.
There we go. So also after a long rest, if you have affinity resistance class feature, you'll roll once on this table to determine what resistance you have for that day. Or what you have
until next long rest.
Your next long rest. Cool. All right, that works. Yeah.
That way it's less to keep track of. You're only figuring out once what your resistance is.
Wisdom.
I'm not sure what divine should be.
Radiant.
Radiant, yeah.
For sure. Earth, ability, strength, distance, acid, ability, dexterity for fire,
resistance cold. Just throw a bunch of ice abilities and fire.
wisdom, and poison.
I feel like nature's going to be like a lot of like a little bit of control, but a lot more like damage over time kind of stuff.
I could see that, or even healing.
Yeah.
I'm a little worried about any sort of healing due to the fact that you could theoretically do it infinitely, though. That's the only problem.
Yeah,
I would have to put a limit in it.
Or make a lot of it like temp hit point stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that could work.
points.
You're just infusing them. The charisma, stance, necrotic.
Necrotic.
Ability. Fusion. Hold. Resistance being wet.
Huh.
Okay. All right.
Water resistance. Water. I just don't ever get wet.
Okay, and then it was
I'm hydrophobic.
affinity immunity was one of the capstones.
Yeah, that could be like part of the capstone.
Affinity immunity at 20th level. Your resistances from affinity resistance are now considered immunity. They still apply at the same time because it just changes it from resistance to immunity. And then capstone 20th level, big boy power goes here. Don't know what yet.
Yeah, it's like the affinity immunity could be like, yeah, well, part of the capstone ability. It's like, because usually the capstone abilities have a couple of things.
Yeah.
They're pretty badass.
Okay, well, we've made good progress. This is gonna need a hell of a lot more work, but I've been streaming for like 5 hours and 20 minutes, so I'm gonna take a break. I'm done for now. It's a good stream for the day. Good stream for the day.
Good.
Okay, thank you for anyone that joined me, anyone that's still in the background. Feel free to like, subscribe, follow, depending on which platform you're watching me on, Twitch or YouTube. All of the good stuff, all over the place. Yeah, feel free to join the Discord, of course. I think I've got the Discord thing still working. There we go. Join the Discord, especially if you're looking for other role players or gamers or anything like that, just to chat with or seeing about setting up games or anything like that. We've got a good community going on. Quite a lot of people. All of that good stuff. I will be streaming again at some point this week, probably before the Thursday mark. Oh no, maybe not. It's Tuesday already. I will see you guys on Thursday for Forge Lands as we do the RPG then. Episode 3 or session 3 of our Dungeons and Dragons campaign for Forge Lands.
Hopefully it ward away all the gremlins.
Hopefully. I mean, I streamed okay today, so we'll find out. But yes, thank you everyone for joining and all of that good stuff. As always, stay healthy, stay safe, and have a good one, eh?